The spoiler alert of a lifetime! This video will completely spoil all of Twin Peaks. That means Season 1, Season 2, the Twin Peaks film, Fire Walk with Me, and Season 3, The Return. If you haven't seen all of it in that order, and you have any intention to, do not watch this video until you have. Twin Peaks is best enjoyed when it is shrouded in mystery, and you are taking an active part in solving and interpreting clues to try and determine the ultimate meaning behind the show. That will be wiped out if you watch this first. If you have seen all of Twin Peaks and you enjoy diving into the mystery and trying to figure out what things mean and then discussing theories with other fans, this spoiler warning is for you too. Even you, the Twin Peaks expert, still might not want to watch this video, and here's why. David Lynch, the co-creator of Twin Peaks, makes films that are considered by most to be impenetrable, and he is notoriously tight-lipped about the meaning behind any of his work.
Believe it or not, Eraserhead is my most spiritual film.
Elaborate on that.
No, I won't.
Rather than expositing his ideas to people in plain English, Lynch abstracts them out into pictures and sounds and dialogue that he uses to convey the ideas more effectively with intuition than he could with words. I'm not always good with words. Some people are poets and have a beautiful way of saying things with words, but cinema is its own language. It is Lynch's intention that we should feel his work for ourselves, and he believes that if we are told the meaning or the central idea, then this will diminish our ability to explore the idea on our own emotional terms at the deepest level of understanding.
This is a donut. It is very sweet and very good. But if you'd never tasted a donut, you wouldn't really know how sweet and how good a donut is if you'd never had that experience.
Another reason Lynch doesn't like clear explanations is that he thinks they give the audience a sense of closure, which makes us take things for granted and keeps us from going any deeper. We stop thinking about it, and we move on. As we've learned from the show's second season, as soon as you explain it, it's dead. And after that, you're never going to get to the real bottom of things. The experience of Twin Peaks is about the mystery, and what I'm going to share with you will take most, if not all, of the mystery out of the show. I know that's a big statement because art is open for interpretation, so who's to say that any one interpretation is correct? Well, as David Lynch told Chris Rodley in an interview about Lost Highway, "But the clues are all there for a correct interpretation, and I keep saying that in a lot of ways it's a straight-ahead story. There are only a few things that are a hair off." That's very interesting that someone who is so concerned with personal interpretation would imply that there can be incorrect interpretations for his work. I accept the possibility that I could be wrong about Twin Peaks, but I have the sneaking suspicion that once you see things in a certain way, you will not be able to unsee them that way. The answer has been hiding in plain sight, and it will permanently alter the way you look at Twin Peaks. So tread with caution.
The things I tell you will not be wrong.
That being said, I'm of the firm belief that knowing the secret actually enhances our appreciation for the show, even if it goes against Lynch's intentions. So I do recommend you continue with me on this journey of peak discovery, providing you've done all the thinking and exploring and theorizing you intended to do first. Don't rob yourself of the opportunity to go dreamy.
We never get to, go dreamy or anything. This is absolutely horrible.
End spoiler alert! Begin disclaimer! Twin Peaks was created by David Lynch and TV writer Mark Frost, but for this video, I will be focusing on David Lynch's side of things, not so much on Mark Frost's. Reason number 1, a significant portion of the answers we're looking for come from the film and from Season 3, and more specifically from directorial decisions, visual associations. This is David Lynch's department. Reason number 2, Frost co-wrote the third season with Lynch, and then went off to write his second Twin Peaks book, while Lynch directed and did additional writing on The Return. According to Sabrina Sutherland, executive producer of Twin Peaks, David did keep writing on the show after Mark left to write his book. Also according to Miss Sutherland, David Lynch has never read Frost's books, so whatever is in them is clearly not important to David Lynch. Are the books interesting? Absolutely. Do they expand on the universe of Twin Peaks? Yes, they do. Am I saying they aren't canonical? No, I am not. Do they help to explain anything that's going on? Not in the slightest. In fact, they are self-admittedly full of contradictions, and that's the point of them.
The idea was that it was all found documents. And if you've ever spent, and I take it you have,
researching or exploring or going through old records or newspaper accounts, the past is lathered with inaccuracies and mistakes.
Now, this is not to downplay Mark Frost's contributions, which are significant and numerous. Even he admits that it's impossible to tell which ideas came from him and which ideas came from Lynch, and Lynch has stated that his ideas and the ideas of his writers merge to become both their ideas. When you write with somebody, they become our elements. It doesn't matter who came up with what initially. It becomes our stuff. However, it's clear from their work that Frost and Lynch have different ideas about what they were making with Twin Peaks, at least at the beginning. And the thread Lynch was pulling on with Twin Peaks runs through all of Lynch's films. I'm going to stick to crediting Lynch because it's easier that way, but I'll give Mark Frost credit wherever I can. If I credit Lynch with something Frost did, I apologize. It's just too complicated to pick it apart and attribute every last little thing. End disclaimer, begin explaining already! So, we've seen the show, we've seen the movie, we might have even read the books. We've had our forum discussions, poked around on the Twin Peaks fan wiki, watched a few best theories videos on YouTube. Now it's finally time to understand what the H it was we were watching. I warn you, it may take a while to actually get to the understanding part, because this show's so complicated that you kind of have to explain everything before you can explain everything. There's a lot of groundwork that has to be laid. I'm also going to be making some claims that you might not want to accept at first, but I promise you that once we get to the analysis of The Return, everything will start to click into place. The laying of groundwork starts with the show's history, because the making and canceling and prequelizing and returning of the show are essential, necessary, paramount to the explanation of what's happening in the show.
It is a story of many, but it begins with one.
In the late 1980s, David Lynch and Mark Frost created Twin Peaks initially as a way to humor Lynch's agent, Tony Krantz, who wanted Lynch to do another mystery story about small-town America in the style of his hit Blue Velvet. This notion that the girl next door was leading a rather desperate double life that was going to end in murder came center stage. As we figured out who she was and realized that she was dead, everything flowed from there, related Frost. And the show soon developed into a complex web of secrets, unraveling into multiple story arcs with one ongoing question at the center of it all. Who killed Laura Palmer? This format, well established by today's standards, was not the norm for 80s TV. Even before the show premiered, there was skepticism about its success, as the studio and TV critics at the time wrongly insisted that audiences were not ready to accept the idea of a murder mystery continuing past the end of an hour-long episode. 80s audiences, it was presumed, liked their Matlocks and their Magnum PIs wrapped up before bedtime. Despite this, the April 1990 Twin Peaks premiere, directed by David Lynch, ended up being a surprise hit, with millions tuning in each week for the next clue in the central mystery. Although the show was primarily about FBI Special Agent Dale Cooper's investigation of Laura Palmer's murder, as you know, the show played out more like your standard late 80s soap opera. Love triangles, plots of betrayal, conspiracies, trysts. Aside from the film-quality cinematography, the show's genre-bending experimental nature was what separated it from the rest. We've got a soap opera playing out inside a police procedural with a dash of kooky sitcom, and then the real mystery coming from the paranormal pieces of the investigation. Dale Cooper has bizarre dreams filled with clues that all end up coming true. A woman that carries a log wherever she goes seems to have otherworldly insight. A one-armed man who might be possessed by a spirit pursues a long-haired man dressed in denim, who is the subject of visions shared by multiple characters. This is the stuff that really stuck with people and kept them coming back for more. There's the distinct feeling that some unseen force is driving the plot from the shadows. What's really going on, and what does all this supernatural stuff have to do with it? Avid watchers were eager to see how it would all tie together in the investigation's resolution at the end of the first season. Little did they know that Laura Palmer's murder mystery was the tree from which all of these branches of intrigue were growing, and to solve the murder would be to tear the tree up from its roots. Nonetheless, it was during the second season that the studio, under pressure from the audience, made the famously stupid decision to pressure Lynch and Frost to answer the question that was famously never supposed to be answered. When we wrote Twin Peaks, we never intended the murder of Laura Palmer to be solved. Maybe in the last episode, reveals Lynch. Frost responds, I know David was always enamored of that notion, but I felt we had an obligation to the audience to give them some resolution. That was a bit of a tension between him and me. It took us about 17 episodes to finally reveal it, and by then, people were getting a little antsy. Lynch concludes, "All I know is, I just felt it. That once that was solved, the murder of Laura Palmer, it was over. It was over." 7 episodes later, the studio, on behalf of the audience, forced the killer's reveal in what is still one of the most haunting and disturbing scenes ever to appear on broadcast television. Again, directed by David Lynch. And then the show took an immediate water skiing vacation. A costumed cartoon villain tampers with a local beauty pageant. A new love interest for the main character arrives despite the fan-favorite Cooper-Audrey ship. And the cool kid runs off to get caught up in some incestuous Black Widow subplot that nobody cares about but still takes up what seems like all of the screen time. It's understandable that there would be a desperate scramble to come up with something to fill the vacuum after the heart of the show had been torn out. And it didn't help that David Lynch was so disgusted with the decision that he checked out entirely. David Lynch left the show because the studio made him reveal the killer. If you were wondering why Season 2 after Episode 7 is so awful, this is it. "I had very little to do with Season 2, and I'm not happy with it. Up until Who Killed Laura Palmer, I was with it 100%, and then it drifted away. We had a little goose that was laying golden eggs, and they told us to snip its head off. The pilot is the only thing I am particularly extremely proud of. There were great moments along the way. The second season sucked. It got very stupid and goofy in the second season. It got ridiculous. I stopped watching that show because it got so bad." For this reason, the second season is jam-packed with, "Let's do this. That seems like something David Lynch would do." Yes, I know the Josie and the furniture idea was supposed to have come from Lynch, but if it did, and it wasn't a joke, it came from him long before he had already left. So by the time they were supposed to put it into the show, he wasn't around to tell them what it was they were supposed to be doing with it. So I think my criticism stands. The killer's reveal led to an obvious decline in quality, and the studio started messing around with the show's time slot. These factors drove the ratings into the ground, causing the network to put the show on indefinite hiatus and sit on the last 6 episodes. This prompted a grassroots letter-writing campaign, started by hardcore fans and promoted by Lynch, to keep the show on the air and show those episodes.
If it has to end, that's all right. But if it doesn't have to end, that's even better. Mm-hmm. And I'm asking people to write to Bob Iger, the president of ABC. Uh-huh. And if I could give the address.
Yes, please do.
Thanks.
I love annoying these network weasels.
This successfully influenced the network into running the episodes, so Lynch could give Twin Peaks a personal send-off in the Masterpiece season finale, airing June of 1991, a little after the show's first birthday. Through his direction, Lynch rescued the plot after hijacking the script, turned the Scooby-Doo villain into somebody actually terrifying, and put the concept of mystery back center stage with another cliffhanger that left us questioning the fate of poor Agent Cooper. "You killed my show, I came back to bury it. Twin Peaks canceled!" And such was the ending to a cultural phenomenon that has been cited numerous times as the most influential TV series of all time. Without Twin Peaks, there's no X-Files, there's no Sopranos, there's no Lost.
The number of people who cite it as an influence has always astonished me. People from The Sopranos to Lost to Mr. Robot, which is now going. Lost, I think they said because the way that you were able to just not worry about wrapping things up. Obviously, Lost was kind of famous for doing that, or not doing that.
Only 1 month after the cancellation, David Lynch announced that he would be creating a Twin Peaks film, and the fan base rejoiced that they would finally be getting the answers that they never got in the show. It was a point of contention between Lynch and Frost over whether the film would be a sequel or a prequel. Frost wanted to continue from where the story left off and fulfill his feeling of obligation to the fans, while Lynch wanted to make a film about Laura Palmer's last days. "At the end of the series, I felt sad. I couldn't get myself to leave the world of Twin Peaks. I was in love with the character of Laura Palmer and her contradictions, radiant on the surface but dying inside. I wanted to see her live, move, and talk. I was in love with that world and I hadn't finished with it. But making the movie wasn't just to hold on to it, it seemed that there was more stuff that could be done." So Frost opted out, leaving Lynch to work with Robert Engels, another writer on the TV series. Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me would be released about a year later in 1992. To no fanfare. The film begins with the investigation of the murder of somebody nobody cares about, conducted by not Dale Cooper, much to the audience's dismay. Kyle MacLachlan, who played Agent Cooper, had requested a much smaller part, partly because of the failure of Season 2, and partly because he thought a Dale Cooper reprisal would get him forever pigeonholed into the role. The dismay deepened once fans got past the opening scenes and very quickly realized that they were not where they thought they were. Missing was the quirky, mostly straightforward crime drama soap opera sitcom that aired on TV, along with many series regulars whose scenes had to be cut for time and tone. The chronicling of Laura Palmer's last week of life, while harrowing and equally as mysterious as the investigation of her death, seemed to series veterans to be a rehash of things they already knew, despite the film giving us a fascinating deep dive into the world of the Lodge and its inhabitants. This supports the lesson learned from the forced conclusion of her story. Her murder had been solved, and the audience was done with her.
It was our idea that Laura Palmer's killer would not be found. And once you solved that, we felt we'd be, finished. And it was true.
In the absolutely abysmal reviews the film received, criticisms include the switch in tone, the non-inclusion of popular characters, Mark Frost's absence, the decision to make it a prequel, and the Laura Palmer drama rehash. It was booed at Cannes, it was canned in the press, it was depressing for people looking for answers after the show's ending, and the response ended David Lynch's dream of Twin Peaks. Thanks, 1992 idiots. And there is often something in the air that keeps people from actually seeing the work for what it is. There's something else that's maybe not real that they're reacting to more than the work. If some time goes by, they see the same thing again, but now it's more worthwhile. That happens sometimes. I feel bad that Fire Walk with Me did no business and that a lot of people hated the film. I really liked the film, but it had a lot of baggage with it. It's as free and as experimental as it could be within the dictates it had to follow. And that was the sad conclusion of the Twin Peaks story, only 2 years after it began. Over time, its popularity waned, even as its legacy lived on in other shows it inspired. But the internet kept the dream alive, going all the way back to the era of Usenet news groups.
Well, what's great about it is it's a show that was driven by fan interest initially, and it's the fans who've kept it alive all these years. We owe them a big debt of gratitude because they kept the flame burning.
Why? The mystery. The Twin Peaks mystery was so powerful that the show's cult following had been spreading Twin Peaks around and working together obsessively to try to solve the mystery for 23 years after cancellation, when David Lynch tweeted this almost subtle hint about a possible third season.
Suddenly, it was 25 years later. I was old, sitting in a red room.
It was exactly 25 years after Fire Walk with Me that Twin Peaks: The Return premiered on Showtime and internet streaming services. Finally, answers, right? The story should revolve around Dale Cooper, but instead revolves around the doppelganger, who is in search of a mysterious entity known as Judy, while the good Dale Cooper is trapped in an unresponsive state, and spends half the season staring into space while madcap shenanigans play out around him. And it's baffling for everyone watching. Compared to the original series, there's a massive change in tone and tempo. Most of the cast returns to reprise pretty much their exact same roles, but different, in what seem like supplementary vignettes. And numerous confusing dead-end plot lines are peppered throughout. Also, have you seen Episode 8? Episode 8, am I right? It's so artsy. It's like an hour-long art project. How did Showtime let him get away with it? Am I right?
You guys saw Episode 8, right? That's crazy.
The season culminates very conveniently in the destruction of Dale's doppelganger. But the show wasn't over. Where to go from there? Dale Cooper travels back in time to save Laura Palmer from being killed. And what happens next is the current most pressing mystery of Twin Peaks. Laura disappears, Cooper ends up back in the opening scene, he exits the lodge, and then he and Diane exit their own identities. Cooper takes a Laura Palmer that isn't Laura Palmer to Twin Peaks, where he discovers that Laura Palmer never existed. Cliffhanger! I'm David Lynch! What did you expect?
What year is this?
And this is the current state of things. 25 years worth of creator interviews, DVD box sets full of special features, a feature-length cut of deleted and extended scenes from the film, 18 hours worth of extra show that was never going to exist, and still the mystery persists. What is going on in this show, we want to know? Would a season 4 give us the answers? I thought season 3 was supposed to give us the answers. I thought the film was supposed to give us the answers, and all those did was bury us 6 levels deeper in questions. But what if I told you that we didn't need a season 3 or 4, and that the answers to our questions have been sitting right in front of us for 30 years? What I'm trying to say is, don't worry about the ending. Worry about the beginning. If we figure out what was going on in the early 90s, we'll get season 3's ending for free. To understand the ending, we need to understand the rest first.
There was a fish in the percolator.
There have traditionally been 3 ways to explain things in Twin Peaks. The first way is the Jim Belushi way, the Matthew Lillard way. Not that I don't appreciate their work. I love them both to death, but...
I think it's weird. Anyone else? If you're not a Lynchian, if you're not a Twin Peaks dude and you come in, it's a little strange.
And you don't know, have a clue what's going on.
Kind of like in real life.
In real life.
Yeah.
It's like a realistic picture.
No, I mean, even in the scene, I have no idea what.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Chris Rodley suggests, so at times it does seem as if you were delighting in teasing or mystifying the viewer. No, you never do that to an audience. An idea comes and you make it the way the idea says it wants to be, and you just stay true to that. Clues are beautiful because I think we are all detectives. We mull things over and we figure things out.
Behind all things are reasons. Reasons can even explain the absurd.
The next level up, the most common way, would be the in-universe explanations. That is, how the characters in the show would understand what's going on. The explanations that the show itself gives for everything. Mark Frost's book explanations. But the in-universe explanations are incomplete, obviously, because the ultimate mystery has stood for 3 decades. It can be difficult to tell which dots to connect, or how to connect them, or what even qualifies as a dot.
There are clues everywhere, but the puzzle maker is clever.
The hardcore intellectual fans, they're one step further along. They've got another way to explain things, which is that it's all symbolic. Anything that's happening in the show is secretly a meta-commentary on whatever makes the most sense to them at the time. The problem is agreeing on what the commentary is for each individual thing because of the commonly held belief that any interpretation must be nothing more than your personal interpretation and any other would be equally valid. I agree to a degree, but then what about this correct interpretation business?
The clues, although surrounding us, are somehow mistaken for something else. The wrong interpretation of the clues.
Come along with me, and I will show you a 4th way, the galaxy brain way of explaining Twin Peaks. To think of Twin Peaks as a series of clues that lead to the answer is actually backwards. The solution is to look at things from the other direction.
The idea says everything. The idea dictates everything that follows. You just stay true to the idea.
Every David Lynch project starts from some central idea, and everything in the piece extends from or serves that central idea. So if we think of the idea as a projector, shining a light through the lens will produce the image of Twin Peaks. This dot doesn't necessarily have to connect to this dot, but they are connected through the point of origin. A simpler way to think of this is that Twin Peaks is a message, but it's encoded in a language of images and sounds and story, and the central idea was the key used to encrypt it. Trying to work backwards and figuring out a key from an encoded message is very difficult, but if we know the key, we can decode the message very easily. So let's get to work on finding the key.
My dream is a code waiting to be broken. Break the code, solve the crime.
The first part of our key will come from breaking down a core principle of David Lynch's artistic philosophy. And that's an easier task than you might think. People have tried before. What makes something distinctly Lynchian? It's the bizarre mix of the macabre and the mundane. Duality, the revelation that the true fear comes from ambiguity. Dualism, turning small-town America over to expose the seedy, hidden underbelly. Dualism, nobody really knows, it's just a feeling that you see when you feel you when you get it. And none of this is an answer. And most people just end up listing things that are in the films without exploring any of the reasoning behind them.
there's this white picket fence, real American, unself-conscious small town, and there's all this mud and muck and slime and horror and perversion just underneath the surface of everything you can see. And I think David Lynch has always had a lot of fun with these kinds of underbellies.
People really think that Lynch's whole point is to point at the good and point out how it's secretly bad. I disagree. I believe that Lynch's mixture of darkness and light is a means to an end, and that is to show us the darkness so that we can recognize the light. Lynch is trying to create an appreciation for the bad, because without it, you can't see what's good. You have to take the bad with the good, the bitter with the sweet, the coffee with the cherry pie. He said as much in an interview from 1992 with Christine McKenna. We live in a world of opposites, of extreme evil and violence opposed to goodness and peace. It's that way here for a reason, but we have a hard time grasping what that reason is. In struggling to understand the reason, we learn about balance. That you find your work tranquil and beautiful, while most people find it disturbing, suggests you're unusually comfortable with the dark side of your psyche. Why is that? He's been asked this question numerous times, and he's never provided the answer. But here, I've always liked both sides and believed that in order to appreciate one, you have to know the other. The more darkness you can gather up, the more light you can see too. And there it is. Why does Lynch mix the macabre and the mundane in his art? It's not to highlight the macabre. It's to highlight both in order to give us an appreciation for the beauty of the mundane. It's to find the balance point in any situation. And for Lynch, this makes the macabre beautiful too. What is the white picket fence on its own? We need to see the creepy crawlies under the surface, and this will give us the contrast we need to appreciate the white picket fence. I think this is the key to Lynch's love of the 1950s. World War II had just ended, people had just been through hell, so there was a real appreciation for the safe and wholesome, with a pop culture modern audiences would consider to be boring. The darker and more horrific a situation you put someone into, the more beautiful boring becomes in contrast.
Philadelphia, to me, I always say, was my biggest influence. It was a filthy city. It had a beautiful mood. There was fear, violence, despair, sadness, insanity, corruption, and this kind of seeped into me and made an influence, which I loved, by the way.
He loved it because it helped him to see negativity so that he could better see positivity. Why is The Wizard of Oz one of Lynch's favorite films? We might find ourselves concentrating on the dream aspects of it, but I think it's actually because it's the story of a naive girl whose simple farm life is basically perfect, but she has to get sucked into a fantastical Technicolor nightmare in order to recognize that. If we want to see the Lynchian philosophy in action, we need look no further than Blue Velvet, which is David Lynch's version of The Wizard of Oz, and Jeffrey Beaumont his Dorothy Gale. This comparison has been made before, but nobody ever explains why, so here's why. Jeffrey is a clean-cut kid who only knows the tranquility of green lawns and white picket fences. But when he naively thinks he can crack the Hardy Boys' case of the severed ear, he embarks on a nightmare journey through darkness, and in doing so, discovers the darkness in himself. Only then is he able to truly appreciate the beauty of his dull, boring suburban life. Now, of course, this balance of darkness with light might not be the only thing that makes something Lynchian, but it's significant enough for our purposes, and it's the first part of our key. Let's see how it applies to Twin Peaks directly using our knowledge of its production history. Why would David Lynch be so disgusted by having to solve Laura's murder that it made him leave the show a third of the way through the second season? Has the violent aspect of the culture increased, or did we just use to police it better? It's way bigger now. Dark things have always existed, but they used to be in a proper balance with good, and life was slower. There were things that they were afraid of for sure, but now it's accelerated to where the anxiety level of the people is in the stratosphere. TV sped things up and caused people to hear way more bad news. Mass media overloaded people with more than they could handle. These things have created a modern kind of fear in America. In interviews with Chris Rodley, he had more to say about this atmosphere of fear. But there was a craziness in the air, and people were picking up on it. It's as if the mind is a top. It starts to spin faster and faster, and then, if it starts to wobble, it can go wildly out of control. And you can't even relax at home. The television is sending out more stuff, and it's just mounting and mounting. It's nice when people really like something you've done, but it's sort of like love in that it seems inevitable that people will reach the point where they've had enough of you. It's like a little bit of a heartache, and that heartache is about the fact that we are living in the home alone age. Art houses are dying. What we have instead are mall cinemas showing 12 pictures, and those are the pictures people see. Television has lowered the level and made a certain thing popular. That TV thing moves fast, doesn't have a lot of substance, has a laugh track, and that's all. With this last one, at first it sounds like he's just showing his anger about the show being canceled. But the knowledge that he's always looking for a balance of good and evil, and that he thinks TV accelerates an atmosphere of fear, that colors it a little differently. In that context, if we look at this quote from early 1990 before Twin Peaks had premiered, the base intention, the message behind Twin Peaks emerges. The worst thing about this modern world is that people think you get killed on television with zero pain and zero blood. It must enter into kids' heads that it's not very messy to kill somebody, and it doesn't hurt that much. That's a real sickness to me. That's a real sick thing. This quote is the giveaway. At that time, David Lynch believed that TV was not balancing goodness with bad, light with dark. Remember the TV landscape at that time. Every murder mystery wrapped up by the end of a single episode. The violence on TV was being made consumable, and I'm going to be using the term consumable TV violence a lot from now on, so I want to be clear what I mean by that. TV was packaging up victims for the audience to consume and discard without a thought to who those people really were. Oh, was Mr. MacGuffin a person with thoughts and feelings and a family? I don't really care. All I want to know is how the door got locked from the inside. Viewers wanted the violence. They wanted it to be fun to watch, no strings attached, none of the pain and suffering that went with it. They wanted closure so they could move on to the next consumable victim. By taking the sadness out of the violence to make it more entertaining, TV equated the joy of the mundane with the joy of the violence, which completely obscured the truth of good and evil and upset the balance.
We see people die by the thousands every year in series television. The people who are related to these people get over it in a matter of minutes. We've seen shows, a number of series this year in which people talk about their recently deceased loved ones as though it was like something they saw on television. I like the fact that that's been a running motif almost in this show, that this death has affected this place, and it's particularly affected the family, and that's a rare thing and a breakthrough and something I consider, an advancement for television.
Laura Palmer was a direct response to mundane violence, an attempt to restore the balance by digging deeper into the anatomy of a murder mystery than any other TV show would. It showed things that were unheard of on TV at the time. A police officer crying at the scene of a murder, grief-stricken parents losing their minds, an entire town deeply affected by the tragic loss of a girl everyone knew. Love, responsibility, community.
Murder is not a faceless event here. It is not a statistic to be tallied up at the end of the day. Laura Palmer's death has affected each and every man, woman, and child because life has meaning here, every life. That's a way of living I thought had vanished from the earth, but it hasn't, Albert. It's right here in Twin Peaks.
In contrast was real darkness and evil, as opposed to the convenient, sanitized, shallow stories audiences were used to seeing. Serial murder, corruption, drug smuggling, spousal abuse, teenage prostitution, BDSM, psychological trauma. New episodes did not bring us closer to solving the case, but instead created more questions, and the questions were the point. Who killed Laura Palmer? More like, who was Laura Palmer? This was a person balanced right on the razor's edge of darkness and light, such that everyone involved in her life was connected to her through darkness or light. The more we learned about her, the more we learned about them. And the more we learned about them, the deeper we got into the question.
The analogy for that is, they say negativity is just like darkness. And so you look at darkness and you say, wait a minute, darkness isn't really anything. It's the absence of something. So it doesn't matter how dark the night has been, when the sun comes up, automatically, without trying, the sunlight removes the darkness.
You cannot get rid of darkness unless you expose it to light. And in Twin Peaks, the light was the investigation. As long as the investigation continued, more and more of Laura's darkness, and therefore more of the town's darkness, would be exposed. By seeing the sadness and pain caused by her murder, the audience would hopefully become more and more invested in Laura as a person, as opposed to a mere plot device.
Most of the time we were trying to solve your problems. We still are. You're dead, Laura, but your problems keep hanging around.
At the same time, things would get stranger and stranger, which would make the audience continue their experience beyond just watching the show. By thinking about the show and discussing it and trying to figure out this continued mystery for days after each episode, audiences would not only stay immersed in the show for longer than just the hour it was on, but they would have an increased chance of feeling the point for themselves. The point. This TV thing is not balanced. All you care about is the whodunit. The light is not bright enough to expose real darkness, and the darkness is not dark enough for you to see real light. You need to face the full extent of darkness so that you can appreciate the simple bliss of coffee and pie with your loved ones. Whether or not Lynch wants to admit that he had a message or not, this was it, and it's the second part of our key. Yes, the base level intention behind Twin Peaks is only part of what we need to understand Twin Peaks.
Balance is the key. Balance is the key to many things.
Lynch desires proper balance. He saw TV as out of balance and created Twin Peaks to address the issue. His hope was that Twin Peaks would create more desire for balanced television.
I chew pitch gum. Runny pitch is no good to chew. Hard, brittle pitch is no good. But in between these exists a firm, slightly crusted pitch with such a flavor. This is the pitch I chew.
The log lady doesn't like runny pitch or the hard pitch. She likes the in-between. She likes balance.
That the mule is going to come back in style.
The hope was that through Twin Peaks, balance would come back in style on TV. A surefire way to keep people from getting the message would be to do like all the other consumable TV shows, solve the mystery and give people closure. Closure. I keep hearing that word. It's the theater of the absurd. Everyone knows that on television they'll see the end of the story in the last 15 minutes of the thing. It's like a drug. As soon as a show has a sense of closure, it gives you an excuse to forget you've seen the damn thing. This was the reason David Lynch took off after the killer's reveal, because it was utterly catastrophic to the central message. Much more than just tanking the plot, it reduced Laura to an expendable victim of the week, easily consumed and discarded to make room for the next, thus turning Twin Peaks into exactly the kind of show for which it was supposed to be the antidote. Ending her investigation was turning off the light shining into her darkness. It was a contradiction at the fundamental level, the deepest possible irony.
There is also a legend of a place called the Black Lodge. There you will meet your own shadow self. But it is said, if you confront the Black Lodge with imperfect courage, it will utterly annihilate your soul.
There are indications that the two Coopers idea leading off of the season 2 finale was planned from the beginning of the original series, which is why the show ended on that cliffhanger of the bad Cooper leaving the good one trapped in the lodge. The people left working on the show were still building toward it. But by the time Lynch returned to direct it, the show was already dead. So I posit that Lynch repurposed the idea to reflect the situation. Lynch always talks about the idea of action and reaction when he's asked how he creates his art.
And this action and reaction, you make an action, you see it, you react, you feel it, and it indicates the next action. And you react, you think, feel it, and it indicates the next thing. And it grows. And it's a beautiful thing.
So is this the cliffhanger that was always planned? Or did it become the natural conclusion of the story? This was the ending that made itself known to David Lynch. Twin Peaks failed to face its shadow self with courage, failed to shine a light into the darkness, and became the evil it was trying to fight. Dale Cooper's investigation ended with the darkness taking over. We thought the truth would be a good thing, but all it brought was bad.
I only wanted to do good. I wanted to be good. And it felt so good to tell the truth. Leave my family alone.
Bobby and Shelley tease Heidi about being late in the last episode with the same dialogue they used in the first episode.
Seconds on knock course this morning? Seconds on knock course this morning? Too busy jump-starting the old man, huh? Too busy jump-starting the old man. Again.
We ended right back where we started. TV knocked back out of balance, business as usual. David Lynch tried to re-establish Laura Palmer as central to the mystery with Fire Walk With Me, and unfortunately, he was proven correct by the response. People had gotten their closure and just weren't interested in Laura Palmer anymore. The film was also a last chance dump for every last bit of symbolism that was previously unexplored, and this is where we are taught the method of finding the final piece of our key. We're not even close to being done, and we already know the base level intention behind the show. But we still don't know what the heck cream corn is supposed to be. We know the what. Now we need to know the how. And for that, we'll slow down on looking outside the show and start digging in.
Strange. This key shows up after all these years.
How do we identify and interpret clues from Twin Peaks? Before the release of Season 3, David Lynch told Variety that Fire Walk With Me would be very important to understanding the return. But this actually extends to the series as a whole. All of the clues for a correct interpretation of Twin Peaks are in the film, and we just need to know how to spot and interpret them. Luckily, the film starts by teaching us the method. Special Agent Chet Desmond will show us the way. First, something I don't think anyone will dispute. David Lynch, the Philadelphia-inspired director of the film, plays Gordon Cole, the Philadelphia-based director of the FBI. This is the director, wink wink, not so subtle. David Lynch is playing himself. Everyone's already kind of picked up on this self-insert already.
You fellas can reach me in the Philadelphia offices. I'm flying out today. Philadelphia, to me, I always say, was my biggest influence.
So, the director from Philadelphia presents his detectives with surprising visuals that are packed with clues. These are mysteries that he wants his detectives to solve, and by extension, he wants his audience to solve them. The director presents his audience the same clue-packed surprising visuals.
Chet, I've got a surprise for you. Something interesting I would like to show you.
If the director outside the show is the same as the director inside the show, could this mean that the detectives inside the show are the same as the detectives outside the show? Let's go with that idea and just see what happens. The mind is a detective, says Lynch. Intuition is the detective in us. Dale Cooper is really a very intuitive detective. For now, let's get a little meta and say that Gordon Cole is standing in for David Lynch himself, and his agents are standing in for the audience.
Do we have the time to learn the reasons behind the human being's varied behavior? Some take the time. Are they called detectives?
In the past, the detectives in the audience have not been very good with interpreting clues, so take note that in the film, the director presents the clues to Agent Desmond and not to Agent Stanley.
Chet, your surprise!
Choice of character names is important here. Unlike your average everyday Sam Stanley, that's us, hotshot Chet Desmond is an old pro with his own MO. He's an insider, familiar with how his director works, and he's going to teach the rookie detective how to interpret the director's clues. The first lesson to learn from Cousin Lil is that we should be paying attention to what the director is emphasizing, and not worry so much about what's going on in the background. The rookie detective is very good with minute details, like spotting the different colored thread that was used to tailor the dress, or noticing continuity errors.
The dress was altered to fit her. I noticed a different colored thread where the dress was taken in.
Gordon said you're good.
But while the rookie is busy with that, he misses the most glaringly obvious clue of them all. The blue rose. What does the average everyday viewer do when they play detective and try to figure out what's going on in Twin Peaks? They might do like Sam Stanley does. Ignore the interesting things happening right in front of them, and instead sit there literally ascribing value to every last lamp, chair, and choice of wallpaper.
I figure this whole office, furniture included, is worth $27,000.
That's great, but did you see the gorilla?
She told me that she's taken 12 pages of notes on the show, that she has basically broken down each episode frame by frame, slow motion, fast forward, any way that she thinks that she's going to pick up a little extra out of the show.
Stick to obvious things shown in detailed close-up. Not everything is worth our attention. Not every little detail has so much value. Once we know what to pay attention to, we still need to know how to decipher things, and this leads us to our second lesson. Remember what Mike said to Cooper in his dream. He doesn't mean it like we think it means. He means it like it is, like it sounds.
I mean it like it is, like it sounds.
When interpreting clues, we shouldn't bring our meanings into it. David Lynch is doing the showing and telling. What does he mean? Describe things as they are, what they look like, what they sound like. Compare them to what Lynch has shown and told us before, and take it from there. Let him do the talking through his dialogue and visuals. Keeping these lessons in mind, one hand in her pocket, she's hiding her hand.
Which means they're hiding something.
One hand making a fist, she's looking for a fight.
Which means they're going to be belligerent.
Walking in place is walking in a place.
Which means there's going to be a lot of legwork involved.
These things are exactly what they look like, what they sound like, but Lynch presents them in a quirky way so that we'll take notice of their importance. If a clue isn't obvious, just sit tight. That's a mystery for us to puzzle over.
A blue rose?
Good, but I can't tell you about that.
If it proves to be a little obtuse, eventually Lynch will tell us the answer.
Taylor dresses are code for drugs.
Oh.
Even if it's an answer that we could have figured out on our own.
What's the significance of the blue rose? Blue rose does not occur in nature. It's not a natural thing.
If no answer is forthcoming, don't just give up and say, I guess we'll wait for another season for the explanation. You aren't trying hard enough. You think about that, Tammy.
You think about that, Tammy.
Now we have David Lynch's original intention with the show, along with how that intention failed, and we have a method of clue interpretation. For the final piece of the key, let's apply them to the show and see what we get out of it. The show was created as a response to a sickness, the evil of consumable TV violence. Is there something in the show that sounds like this? There is.
Maybe that's all Bob is. The evil that men do.
Bob possesses people and makes them commit evil acts. Bob is the evil that men do.
He is Bob, eager for fun. He wears a smile. Everybody run.
Bob enjoys it. It's fun for him. Bob is the evil that men do for the purpose of entertainment. In episode 8, we see this thing credited as the mother spewing out eggs in a white jelly sauce. Bob is one of these eggs coming from the mother, so it's safe to conclude that this is the birth of Bob. An alarm in the fireman's castle alerts the fireman to this, and he responds by giving birth to a golden egg of his own, Laura Palmer. Laura Palmer is being created as a direct response to the birth of evil for the purpose of entertainment. Already we're getting confirmation that the point of Twin Peaks was to restore balance by fighting Bob's consumable violence with Laura Palmer's story. Let's keep going. We know from David Lynch that light fights darkness by exposing it.
Automatically, without trying, the sunlight removes the darkness.
Twin Peaks' method of fighting darkness was the light of the ongoing Laura Palmer murder investigation. The darkness being illuminated was Bob's handiwork. In the premiere of The Return, Laura tells Agent Cooper,
I am dead. Yes, darling.
Then takes her face off to reveal that she's filled with white light. If light is investigation, then Laura lives on through the investigation. As long as the investigation continued, the show would continue. And as long as the show continued, the investigation would continue. Laura is revealing that this light is what allows her to keep living after death. Do you feel it? We're starting to get a glimmer of what's going on here. Don't get ahead of me. Let's follow this through to the end. Twin Peaks and the Laura Palmer investigation started with her murder, so let's take a look at the scene of the crime. The spirit known as Bob, using Laura's father as a host, kidnaps Laura and her friend Ronette and takes them to an abandoned train car. Bob doesn't intend to kill Laura. He wants to possess her and use her body as a host for evil.
I want to taste through your mouth.
If he succeeds in possessing her, no murder and therefore no investigation will take place. Ronette begins to pray that she will be seen if she's killed. She then says she's not ready because she's too dirty.
Mother, if I die now, will you come and see me? Look at me. I'm so dirty. I'm not ready.
What the heck does that mean? Is she praying that she'll go to heaven? If so, note that she's almost begging to be killed so that God will see her. Not take her, see her.
Will you come and see me?
If Laura and Ronette switched places, the big question would have been who killed Ronette Pulaski. Ronette seems to know that being murdered equates to this kind of attention during the investigation. She wants to be killed so that she will be seen, but at the same time she doesn't want to be because it means that all of her dark secrets will be unearthed instead of Laura's. Up to this point in the film, Laura has been wondering where her guardian angels have gone. Now, in this moment, she sees an angel appear for Ronette. Ronette's bonds are cut and she's free to escape. Laura looks betrayed, then angered by this. What does it look like is happening here? It looks like the angel is taking mercy on Ronette. So we'll call this an angel of mercy, releasing Ronette from suffering. But not Laura. This is Laura's time to die. As if to go along with the angel, Bob throws Ronette out of the train car instead of tying her back up. Why would he not kill her? Why would he throw her out like this? As he throws Ronette out of the train, Mike, who has been banging on the door to get in, throws his green owl ring in for Laura to put on her finger. Bob wants to possess Laura, but something about Laura wearing Mike's ring causes Bob to kill her instead.
Don't make me do this! No!
Then Mike leaves. Mike is supposed to be desperate to stop Bob, but not only does he not keep Bob from killing Laura, he pretty much facilitates her murder with the ring and then stands by laughing while it happens. He doesn't stay to protect Ronette from Bob, nor does he stick around to catch Bob as he comes out of the train car. And he has Bob right in his clutches at the end of the film, but he allows Bob to leave and cause more suffering later. Are these the actions of someone who is trying to stop Bob's evil? Only if we look at them in a certain light. Mike must know that you have to fight darkness with light, that Bob must be stopped through an investigation, and there can be no light of investigation unless there's a murder. When Bob exits the train car with Laura's body, he leaves Ronette there on the ground. He doesn't check to make sure she's dead, he just takes off. This is the action that will eventually lead to the investigation. Why allow for that possibility?
Well, I'll tell you, we're sure glad to have the FBI here. Kind of lucky in a way that Ronette stepped out across the state line.
Is it just me, or are all of these characters acting as if they know this scene is about Laura's murder and the investigation that follows, and they're playing it out as if to make it happen?
Are you saying Laura wanted to die?
Maybe she allowed herself to be killed.
At the film's end, Laura appears in the Red Room with Agent Cooper standing by reassuringly. Laura is utterly lost, confused, and distraught. How could something so horrible happen to her? Suddenly, a light flickers on her face and an angel appears to her. Laura looks into the light and begins to laugh. Does this mean what everyone thinks it means? Are the angel and the light indicators that Laura made it to the White Lodge? That Laura went to heaven? Not necessarily, because we've seen an angel like this before. Ronette's angel was an angel of mercy, releasing her from suffering. So this must be Laura's angel of mercy, releasing Laura from suffering. The angel didn't appear for her in the train car like it did for Ronette. It appears here, after she's killed. So how is Laura's guardian angel relieving her from suffering? She's causing the magical light. What is the magical light, and why would it ease Laura's pain? Well, what does the light look like it is? Where have we seen light flickering on someone's face like this before? Dale Cooper when he entered the Red Room? How about before that? How about in everyday life? Here comes that glimmer. How about the light on someone's face when they're watching TV? The angel of mercy is releasing Laura from suffering by showing her why she had to die. For the sake of television. She had to die so that David Lynch could make a show about it. Laura is watching TV and nodding with the understanding of the cosmic joke that she is a literal TV character who wouldn't even exist had it not been for the show about her own murder. And people watching the show is what will lead to the understanding of Lynch's message of balance. This is the final piece of the key. The meta-commentary is not just commentary, it's literally happening inside the show. Twin Peaks is a television show that knows it's a television show about the concept of television itself.
Sounds like you've been snacking on some of the local mushrooms.
So now we've got a key. David Lynch desires balance, TV was out of balance, Twin Peaks was created to fix the problem. That meta-commentary is literally happening in the show. Therefore, Twin Peaks is a self-aware TV show about the balance of light and darkness on TV. This is a key, but does it fit all of the locks? Does it fit any lock? How can we know if this interpretation is the correct one? We don't have to accept it right away. Let's just start by assuming that it really is the key to everything and use it to try to decode something bizarre. We'll see if the key fits. If it does, we'll keep going until it doesn't fit anymore. If it really does explain every last thing, I think we can call it a success. And just keep in mind, it's okay to not be 100% on board with this idea right now. We're just testing it. But stay with me, and I promise you it will click into place by the time we're done. So, trial by fire. What's the most bizarre scene I can come up with off the top of my head? How about the scene of the meeting in the convenience store?
That don't reflects our image. Electricity. From Bureau, we have descended. From Bureau, going up and down. And the house between the two worlds.
If this is about the literal concept of a TV show, then what would the two worlds be? They would be the world of the television show and the real world. In the 90s, what brought the show to our TVs so we could watch it? Two things. Number one, electricity powers the TV. Number two, radio waves going up and down, descending from pure air, the airwaves. Intercourse between the two worlds, us in the real world, watching the world on the TV, which gives birth to the experience of entering the TV world. How does every episode of the show end? With the Lynch Frost Productions bumper. Power lines, crackling electricity, and radio waves being projected outward. What are the two parts of the picture transmitted in that radio signal? Luminance, or luma, that's the brightness, the light, and chrominance, that's the color, the chroma. The chroma reflects our image. These are TV characters that know they're TV characters right up against the TV screen, telling us through the TV static how they are literally appearing on the screen. You believe me now? It's okay if you don't, because I'm just getting this fire started.
The absurd mystery of the strange forces of existence.
Too often, Twin Peaks is called a parody of a soap opera, and I think we can blame that on Invitation to Love, the soap opera watched by the characters in Twin Peaks. Invitation to Love was written and shot by Mark Frost as an over-the-top parody of the soap opera medium, and rumor has it that David Lynch was not happy with the way Frost handled it. Invitation to Love being an obvious joke, combined with the genre blending that was happening in Twin Peaks, put the idea in the audience's heads that Twin Peaks seemed too self-aware, and self-awareness usually equates to parody. When asked by Jeremy Kay of The Guardian if Twin Peaks was a soap parody, Lynch responded, No, it is a soap opera. Likewise, Twin Peaks is not a pastiche, where imitation is done out of tribute rather than to mock. What people are mistaking for parody or pastiche was meant to be metafiction, where the work is self-aware of its own medium. The best recent example of metafiction would be Deadpool, the comic book character who knows he's a comic book character and is constantly talking about being one. Lynch wanted Invitation to Love to be a more serious mirror of what was going on in the show, because it was supposed to be a hint about the metafictive nature of the show.
Can you see through a wall?
The characters in the soap opera are watching a soap opera. The things in the soap opera they're watching are happening in the soap opera they're living. Laura Palmer's identical cousin Maddie Ferguson, played by the same actress, shows up during the scene where we first see that one actress in Invitation to Love is playing two characters.
Selena Swift as Emerald and Jade.
Uncle Leland.
Jade. What a surprise.
The way Lucy describes the plot of the soap opera she watches sounds exactly like she would describe the soap opera she's in.
Thanks to Jade, Jared decided not to kill himself. Leo Johnson was shot. Jacques Renault was strangled. And he's changed his will, leaving the towers to Jade instead of Emerald, but Emerald found out about it. The mill burned. Shelley and Pete got smoke inhalation. And now she's trying to seduce Chet to give her the new will so that she can destroy it. Catherine and Josie are missing. Nadine is in a coma from taking sleeping pills.
This is a massive, massive clue, just like all the other TV-related clues Lynch and Frost were throwing in, like the reference to the one-armed man from the police procedural The Fugitive.
Moments before discovering his murdered wife's body, he saw a one-armed man running from the vicinity of his home.
Or the echo of the famous Who Shot JR ad campaign for the hit soap opera Dallas. We've got the soap opera cliches of evil twins and characters going into comas, and that old sitcom joke of a simple bump on the head causing a complete personality change that can only be reversed by another bump on the head at the end of the episode. And by the way, let's take a look at the disturbing reality of that situation.
A lot of it was about uncovering this layer after layer of inside references to past movies, past TV shows, that kind of thing, initials, figuring out this code.
I call the show a cultural compost heap. There are symbols and characters and expressions from all the shows we saw growing up that echo and ping down the hallways of Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks wasn't simply influenced by these shows. It's not simply paying homage to these shows, and it's not parodizing any of these shows. It is these shows. It's made of these shows. Twin Peaks is a show about the concept of television, and what did people watch on television at the time? Soap operas, murder mysteries, and sitcoms, and so that's what Twin Peaks is. It's a soap opera, and a murder mystery, and a sitcom. It's the entire TV watching experience in one single package. I still don't see what the great difference is. To me, it's a regular television show. More like all the regular television shows at the same time. Twin Peaks is TV itself.
If the picture's giant and the sound is beautiful and the people are quiet and they get into this world, it's very, very delicate how you get into that world. It can be broken with the wrong sound, it can be broken with a stupid little screen, but if you get into that world, it can be like a dream.
David Lynch sees film and TV as a chance for the viewer to leave reality and enter a dream world. A film is a dream world that we enter when we watch it.
You know, here's a theater, and then suddenly the lights dim, and the curtain opens, and we can go into another world, and it only exists there because of that film.
Twin Peaks just happens to be a film that's on TV, and TV has that stupid little screen that can break the illusion and keep us from realizing the answer to one of the bigger questions posed by The Return.
We're like the dreamer who dreams and then lives inside the dream. But who is the dreamer?
An impossible question to answer, unless we know that the dream is the film or television show that David Lynch is trying to bring us into. Most of the scene is shot from a third-person perspective, but Monica Bellucci breaks the fourth wall and delivers the question directly to camera. Gordon Cole doesn't do the same. He's still looking at Monica. But she's looking at us. She's asking the question of us, the viewers. But who is the dreamer? She then answers the question. She looks past our director from Philadelphia and into his past, where he sees himself as a young man. But if she's breaking the fourth wall, what happens if we do the same?
Monica called and asked me to meet her at a certain cafe.
In real life, the certain cafe where they meet is a creperie in Paris located right next to a real art gallery where David Lynch exhibited some lithography, possibly at the time of filming the scene. He sees a version of himself that is the character Gordon Cole from 25 years ago, and she sees a version of him that is the real-life artist, David Lynch, who created Twin Peaks 25 years ago. The dreamer, the real-life David Lynch, who dreams, creates a TV show, and then lives inside the dream, acts in the TV show. The real-life Monica Bellucci, talking to us, says that we, the people in real life, are like him. Just as he lives in the dream, we leave our reality to live in that dream when we watch Twin Peaks.
Take people into another world and give them experiences. Take yourself into that other world and give yourself an experience.
There are characters that know for a fact that they're living in a TV show dream, like the residents of the convenience store who are flat out telling the audience how they're literally and mechanically appearing on TV. There are characters that come into contact with these entities and learn that they are part of this TV dream.
We live inside a dream.
We live inside a dream.
There's the log lady who seems like she might definitely probably know that she's part of a TV dream.
I play my part on life's stage.
And then there's everybody else. TV characters that don't know that they're TV characters, but just feel deep down at the level of intuition that they might be living a television dream.
It's like I'm having the most beautiful dream and the most terrible nightmare all at once.
It's all like a dream.
It was Laura living in my dreams.
Is this real, Ben, or some strange and twisted dream?
All I did was come to a funeral, and it's like I fell into a dream.
Before you came here, Twin Peaks was a simple place. Then, a pretty girl died. Suddenly, the simple dream become the nightmare.
And the scoop of vanilla on top of the cherry pie? Twin Peaks was built around the Packard sawmill. All the various plot lines and story arcs in the first 2 seasons seem to revolve around the Packard sawmill. Not the most exciting location for a murder mystery show, is it? Why, of all things, a sawmill? Because, well, what do they do in a sawmill? They saw logs. Sawing logs. Snoring. It's a dream.
Maybe our dreams are real.
Occultism, mythology, theology, folklore, alien encounters, mysticism. These are the ways human beings try to explain our existence on this earth. So naturally, being unable to comprehend that they only exist because of a TV show, these are the ways the characters in this show try to describe the strange phenomena that appear to have some control over their lives. For example, the White Lodge, where the spirits that rule man and nature reside, an in-universe Native American legend. To the characters within the show, the Lodge appears to be the realm of the gods. Anytime they want to go there, anytime they come in actual contact with this higher power, it's in the form of a dream. Which makes sense. We dream of them, and as Gordon Cole's dream shows, they dream of us. Or more like, we dream a TV show abstraction of their dream of an abstraction of the real-life concept of television. It's so magical, I don't know why, to go into a theater and have the lights go down. It's very quiet, and then the curtains start to open. Maybe they're red, and you go into a world. Movie theaters used to have red curtains in front of the screen that would part as the lights dimmed and the film began, much like a stage play. If we look at film and TV as a play happening on a stage, then the red curtains act as a sort of portal. A clear separation between the dream world happening on the stage and the real world, where the audience watches the dream and the people backstage create it. In Twin Peaks, we can see red curtains acting as exactly this kind of portal, separating the dream of Twin Peaks from the world of the Red Room and the convenience store. Occasionally, we even get to see the actors in this dream spotlit on their stage.
I play my part on life's stage.
See you at the curtain call.
When an actor in a play goes from backstage to the dream happening on the stage, they pass through the wings, the space between the curtains on the side of the stage. The Red Room is nothing but red curtains and spaces between red curtains. So the Red Room represents that space in the wings that separates the stage from the behind-the-scenes reality. The zigzag pattern on the floor represents radio waves, which are a kind of in-between that the show passes through to get from the station to the TV. Well, I like the nowhere part of America. Eraserhead is an American film, but it's a little bit in an in-between place. This idea about making a film about nowhere, Is the Red Room in Twin Peaks one of those places? Yes! The entities living in this in-between place, like the Wizard of Oz, are the men backstage behind the curtain, creating the story and driving it forward. To us, they seem like great and powerful wizards, but if we peel the curtains back, we will see nothing but ordinary people using machinery to create a fantasy world for us to explore. Pay no attention to the men behind the curtains.
Why, we're from the birds sing a pretty song, and there's always music in the air.
Where are they from? The world of television. In TV land, there's always music in the air because there's always a soundtrack. The little man from another place gets up and dances to the soundtrack. Then Cooper wakes up and snaps along to the very same soundtrack. As for the birds singing their pretty song, television runs on electricity, and any Naruto fan can tell you what 1,000 birds chirping together sounds like.
さらにはその月のスピードが相まってきっと千もの鳥の地鳴きにも似た独特の攻撃音を奏でる。
I can see the smoke. I can smell the fire.
Looks like a campfire. What is this?
It's not a campfire. It's a fire symbol. A type of fire, like modern-day electricity.
Good?
Depends. Depends upon the intention behind the fire.
Destruction, darkness, that's bad. Creating light, banishing darkness, that's good. Fire lights up the darkness at the same time it's destroying its fuel. It's a power source that has the capacity to destroy and to create light depending on the intention of the user. So fire has built into it that perfect balance of light and darkness that David Lynch seeks. The electricity that powers television is a fire that can communicate good or bad messages depending on the intentions of the creators. As Hawk says, fire is just like electricity, and electricity is just like fire. They're essentially the same thing, so we'll consider them the same thing. Electricity comes from the power plant in the form of AC, or alternating current, which alternates between an equally positive and negative voltage in a wave. So pure AC current also has built into it Lynch's perfect balance of positivity and negativity. We can be sure that Lynch is aware of this fact by listening to him describe a movie he's always wanted to make called Ronnie Rocket.
He said, "You got anything you want to do?" And I said, "Yeah, I want to make this film called Ronnie Rocket." He said, "What's it about?" I said, "It's about a 3-foot-tall man with, a red pompadour, fake red pompadour, who runs on alternating current electricity."
Not just electricity, alternating current electricity. He knows, positive and negative, balanced. How did a TV set utilize alternating current to recreate broadcast television shows in 1990? A CRT television's primary mechanism is the cathode ray tube, which is where the television got the nickname the tube. The CRT fires electrons at a phosphor film on the back of the screen that glows when the electrons hit it. When turned on, positive voltage is applied to the CRT to attract and fire the electron beam that scans across the screen to light the phosphor. It wants to do this automatically while powered on, so if left alone, it will create a pure white screen. To form a picture, negative voltage is applied to a mesh that blocks the electron beam, making areas of the screen dark. Positive voltage creates light, negative voltage blocks light to create darkness. The pictures formed through this process become our television show dreams.
Do you know where dreams come from? Acetylcholine neurons fire high-voltage impulses into the forebrain. These impulses become pictures. The pictures become dreams. But no one knows why we choose these particular pictures.
In the US, AC current operates at 60 cycles per second, which allowed US TVs to display 60 fields interlaced into 30 complete frames per second.
I always say the same thing. It's about a man who's 3.5 feet tall with red hair and 60 cycle alternating current electricity.
Not just alternating current electricity, 60 cycle alternating current electricity. He knows what he's doing. In broadcast television, the radio signal containing the show that TV received from the station was what dictated the allowance and blockage of light-creating electrons. So radio waves, airwaves, were what shaped the fire into a show. Whoever controlled the TV show had literal control over the balance of light and dark on our TV screens via these radio waves. So whether the show was bright or dark, how much positive or negative electricity was being applied, literally depended on the show creator's intention. Lynch frequently focuses on images of power lines and telephone poles, because that's how the fire travels. Radio waves shape it into the mystery of Twin Peaks, and this is how the dream comes to us.
The mystery of the woods surrounding Twin Peaks.
There is an image that Lynch uses to symbolize mystery within the show. The wind blowing through the trees. Laura Dern can confirm that, for David Lynch, wind equates to mystery. All he'd say to me was more bubblegum, more wind. And wind came to mean more mysterious, more eerie.
As the night wind blows, the boughs move to and fro, the magic rustling that brings on the dark dream.
The wind brings on the dream, and radio waves bring on the dream. Radio waves shape the electricity, and wind shapes the fire. Wind and radio waves are one and the same, and we can see this direct comparison in the pilot episode. As the show begins, we see the body of Laura Palmer, and for a short while, all we know is that there was a murder. No leads yet. But as Bobby is called to the principal's office to be questioned as our first suspect, there's this kooky kid doing the wave in the hall, preceding the arrival of the police. His wave kind of brings the police in. Then there's the famous scene of Donna and James reacting to the news that something has happened to Laura, during which we can hear a wind in the soundtrack. Then Bobby is questioned, and our investigative minds go to work on suspect number 1. These are the wind and the radio waves blowing in the investigation, blowing in the mystery and kicking up the fire. And I'm sure Lynch was pleasantly surprised to find a school that had red stripes painted like radio waves all over the walls. How does every episode of Season 3 begin? With the sound of wind and electricity. Wind kicking up the fire. The last place Laura was seen alive before she became a victim of the violence, which is the beginning of the investigation into her murder, is at the light at Sparkwood and 21. Sparkwood is where the fire of Twin Peaks was lit. Listen to the log lady compare Laura Palmer's darkness, the heart of the show, to a forest fire while placing her hand on Laura's head like she's checking for a fever.
When this kind of fire starts, it is very hard to put out. The tender boughs of innocence burn first, and the wind rises, and then all goodness is in jeopardy.
The branches burn and the wind kicks it up until it's out of control. A forest fire of consumable violence on TV. If the wind is the radio waves and the fire is electricity, then the burning branches must be the power lines, and therefore, the trees must be telephone poles. As Jimmy Scott sings in the Season 2 finale, I'll see you in the branches that blow in the breeze. I'll see you in the trees. I'll see you on TV. And why sycamore trees specifically? It's probably because their branches look like this. White with dark splotches. Kind of reminiscent of TV static, wouldn't you say? So, why are the radio waves bringing in negatively intentioned TV shows that make the fire destructive? The cause is that thing in the air Lynch often talks about. It's an atmosphere of fear that the TV accelerates.
You feel a thing in the air, and the thing in the air is always changing. The thing in the air.
What's the thing in the air?
I don't know what it is. It's, in Germany, they say it's a zeitgeist. They told me that name for it. And I don't know if that is. This thing that is always changing, and it's a product, I think, of every one of us, and it tells you something.
The zeitgeist, the general feeling of how things are going in society, is affected by TV, but also dictates the type of TV shows that we consume. The zeitgeist is the thing in the air, and the radio waves that make TV are a literal thing in the air. TV shows are broadcast on the airwaves. The winds that shaped the fire of Twin Peaks were filled with the modern fear in America that Lynch sensed. feeding the flames of consumable violence. The result was Bob. Most of the times we see a literal fire or hear someone talking about fire in Twin Peaks, it's a destructive force that leaves things blackened. This is the destructive fire of negative intention, of consumable TV violence, and Bob is its representative. His appearance is often preceded by one of these images of a firestorm. Bob is indiscriminate rage, hungry for victims to fuel his chaos for the sake of our entertainment, wearing TV characters as a mask.
He is Bob, eager for fun. He wears a smile. Everybody run.
Mike describes Bob as a parasite that attaches itself to a human host.
Do you understand the parasite? Bob requires a human host. He feeds on fear and the pleasures.
As we can see in Fire Walk with Me, Leland doesn't necessarily choose to do evil himself, but is compelled to by Bob, by the audience's desire for the entertainment Bob brings. Bob's parasitism is symbolic of the idea that the creators of TV shows are attaching evil to bad guy TV characters without considering what damage that evil is causing to anyone involved. Consumable TV violence is shallow, so the way the victims and their survivors are treated is shallow, and the way the perpetrators are treated is also shallow. One-dimensional victims, one-dimensional killers. In the same way that it's shedding light on the suffering of victims, Twin Peaks tries to shed light on the suffering of perpetrators by showing us the suffering that's happening inside Leland Palmer. Bob hides inside Leland, and Leland hides behind his quiet family life. Sarah Palmer does nothing about her husband's crimes, and the fire of guilt consumes her. She deals with the stress of hiding from her reality by smoking like a chimney stack.
If I had a nickel for every cigarette your mom smoked, I'd be dead.
Could I have a carton of Salem's, please?
Salem's. Because what's Salem famous for? Where there's smoke, there is fire. At the start of season 2, Donna starts trying to act more like Laura and gets a touch of Laura's fire in her. Not coincidentally, she starts smoking. Where there's smoke, there is fire. How does one create fire? You're going to need to burn some wood, and to get the wood, you're going to need to chop down a tree. A woodsman could be thought of as a woodsman, a man of the woods, or perhaps a man made of wood. In the convenience store scene, the woodsmen are sitting by some old wood cabinet tube-amplified radios, and one appears to be taking fire from them. Could the woodsman be responsible for the fire in some way? Similar to the woodsman is the electrician. Why is he credited separately from the woodsman, and why does he tap a walking stick on the ground? Well, what does an electrician do? They create and maintain electrical connections. How is electricity connected between two locations? The power lines. And what holds up the power lines? Telephone poles. Wooden poles planted in the ground at regular intervals along a path, connecting electricity from one place to another, maintained by electricians. And so why does the electrician carry a walking stick? Because what is a walking stick? A wooden pole that gets planted in the ground at regular intervals as one walks along a path that connects one place to another. How do you make a telephone pole? You gotta chop down a tree. And who chops down trees? The woodsman. And woodsmen saw logs. In Fire Walk with Me, the electrician and the woodsman are portrayed as spirits that create and maintain the electrical connection necessary for the fire and the dream of Twin Peaks to make it to our TVs. When Mr. C goes to the Dutchman's to speak with Jeffries, he asks for help from an electrician who flips a switch to stoke the fire and plants a telephone pole to make the electrical connection. And then what does Mr. C travel through to get to Jeffries? Just like all the other times people were sent through the power lines, Mr. C needs to go through a whole forest worth of telephone poles. I think the idea of the woodsman had not been fully developed at the time of the film, because in season 3, the two woodsmen and the electrician were combined into that one character, and the concept of a woodsman was repurposed to be a henchman that serves Bob. Now they are men from the woods that have been blackened by the soot from the forest fire of consumable TV violence. When these guys are around, something bad is happening, and it always has something to do with Bob. For example, we see a woodsman in the hospital hanging around the body of Major Briggs. Bill Hastings' testimony hints that Cooper's doppelganger, possessed by Bob, was involved in the Major's death. We see another woodsman in a jail cell near Hastings, who is accused of the murder of his mistress, who died in the same incident the Major did. A woodsman shows up later to kill Hastings when he brings the FBI too close to the scene of Bob's crime. And of course, there's Episode 8. The woodsmen are there to confuse and conceal Bob's actions.
Fire is the devil hiding like a coward in the smoke.
When you try to start a fire the old-fashioned way, rubbing a stick between your hands, the smoke comes first. At the birth of the convenience store, we see smoke billow out and literally become the woodsmen, the first beings to emerge from the store. The woodsmen represent smoke, and where there's smoke, there is fire. The mother lays Bob's egg after the smoke emerges. Smoke before the fire.
Is Bob near us now?
For nearly 40 years.
Where?
A large house made of wood, surrounded by trees. The house is filled with many rooms, each alike, but occupied by different souls, night after night.
At this time in the show, Bob is inside Leland, who is at the Great Northern Hotel, and this is how Agent Cooper interprets Mike's description. But in the real world, Bob is inside our TV sets, and this is how we should interpret it. Consumable violence is wearing our TV shows as a mask. Both the Great Northern Hotel and a TV set can be described as a house or box that people or characters inhabit, surrounded by trees or telephone poles, with many rooms or shows or sets, occupied by different souls or characters night after night. And Bob has been there for nearly 40 years. This was 1991, and 1956 is pretty close to 40 years before that. It would appear that David Lynch has chosen 1956 as the year when the evil took hold of our TV sets. But the Woodsman and Bob, the Smoke and the Fire, were born 11 years earlier out of the Trinity nuclear test in 1945. Why would the representatives of TV violence come from this event? The answer is also the answer to another question. Why does this thing in the air result in negativity on TV rather than positivity? Undeniably, World War II was the source of some of the greatest evil ever perpetrated by mankind. It's no wonder Lynch would consider the testing of the first nuke to be the mother of all evil, the event that would sow the seeds of fear in the zeitgeist for years to come. But these were just the eggs, and they needed time to incubate. When I was little, I used to draw and paint all the time. I mostly drew ammunition and pistols and airplanes, because the war was just over and this was, I guess, in the air still. After the darkness of the war, the boom of prosperity in the 50s was a counterbalance of beautiful, wholesome mundanity. So there was something in the air in the 50s that is not there anymore at all. It was a really hopeful time, and things were going up instead of going down. Little did we know, we were laying the groundwork then for a disastrous future. All the problems were there, but it was somehow glossed over. And then the gloss broke or rotted, and it all came oozing out. The gloss broke, and it all came oozing out. The hopeful post-war period fell into decline. The Cold War went full swing with the constant threat of nuclear obliteration. The early 50s were when the infamous duck and cover films were being shown to school children. The media was starting to spread the fear. The eggs had incubated long enough. They hatched, and the evil started to crawl its way into people. People just got a bug in them that they wanted to know who killed Laura Palmer, calling out for it. And one thing led to another, and the pressure was just so great that the murder mystery couldn't be just a background thing anymore. People just got a bug in them. This is the idea that it's the zeitgeist, the collective unconscious, that drove the demand for closure in Laura's case. The frog moths we see in Twin Peaks are the bug of modern fear in America. In 1956, what allowed the bug to crawl into the youth? The media. Television. From pure air, the woodsman descended. Out of the zeitgeist, the smoke before the fire billowed in looking for a light.
Got a light.
The light of storytelling, the light of electricity, the light of TV, where the smoke could conceal Bob's fire of mundane violence. The woodsmen found radio stations and began to broadcast their evil direct to the consumer of evil, over the airwaves.
This is the water, and this is the well. Drink full and descend.
This is the wellspring of fear. Drink full and descend into the dark dream of mundane television violence. The people watching TV fell asleep to dream their television dreams, and this prepared them for the bug to crawl in. Once inside, it would grow and develop into an insatiable monster that hungered for ever more of the violence and death and sadness that TV would be happy to satiate. So why did all of this happen in 1956 specifically? And why August 5th, 1956 specifically? First of all, 1956 was the year Dorothy Gale's Dark Dream in The Wizard of Oz was first broadcast on television to a viewing audience of 45 million, an indicator that the audience for TV dreams had grown large enough to count. It was the year Reader's Digest published an article entitled "Let's Get Rid of Televiolence," quoting Estes Kefauver, a politician who tried to link violent television to juvenile delinquency. Yes, August 5th was the day the Platters' My Prayer hit #1 on the charts. And what is TV if not a dream you linger in at the end of the day? But August 5th was also the day after the very last film serial was released, in the year the first half-hour soap operas started airing on television. So this marked the very day people stopped going to theaters for their soap opera dreams and started watching them at home on TV. Most importantly, David Lynch considers 1956 to be the year of the birth of rock and roll.
56, yeah.
Why 56?
I don't know. The birth of rock and roll was very powerful.
And William Burns came running toward me from about 3 houses down the street, and he said, "You missed it." And I said, "What?" And he said, "Elvis on Ed Sullivan." But I felt this was, the beginning of rock and roll for me, around the time Elvis really appeared. It was happening before that, of course. It had been happening, but now it was locked in. It's the year Elvis first appeared on TV, and also the year of his film debut in Love Me Tender.
Love me tender.
Sailor! 1956 was the year rock and roll entered film and TV storytelling in a big way. Elvis's vulgarity was viewed as a bad influence by contemporary critics. Rock and roll was moving the youth away from wholesomeness and corrupting them. For David Lynch, rock and roll was what started the top spinning.
This guy can really lighten my FIRE.
Sitting in front of a fire is mesmerizing. It's magical. I feel the same way about electricity and smoke and flickering lights. As we've seen, light flashes on characters' faces when they enter the Red Room, as an allusion to the light that might flash on our own faces when we watch television. Lynch often makes use of flashing lights in episodes of the show he directed, and in the film. The guy loves to shine lights directly into the camera. These flashes often accompany moments where something of extreme importance is happening. For example, the iconic scene at the beginning of the story, in which Agent Cooper digs under Laura Palmer's fingernail while a broken fluorescent light flickers. What has been interpreted as merely a comedic and quirky way to present the scene is actually the symbol of important information being transmitted to the audience through the light of their TV sets. The fluorescent light brightens and darkens our screens and causes a flashing light on our own faces as we receive this important clue in the investigation, a clue that will lead to even more clues. Later, the log lady makes this symbol clear as she flickers the lights in the room at the town hall meeting. Flickering lights is the universally understood indicator that everyone should settle down and pay attention while Agent Cooper tells us about the investigation. Light illuminates the darkness. Investigation is the light illuminating Laura Palmer's darkness. Flashes of light are used as a kind of plot magic, driving the investigation forward and illuminating important clues that are leading down the path of good, the path that leads to Agent Cooper solving the case and learning the show's message in the process.
In the pursuit of Laura's killer, I have employed Bureau guidelines, deductive technique, Tibetan method, instinct, and luck. But now I find myself in need of something new, which, for lack of a better word, we shall call magic.
Lynch used this symbol liberally in the pilot episode in particular. The flashing reflection of light on the camcorder that leads to the questioning of Laura's friends, the flashlight in the train car that first shows us Laura's broken heart necklace, the copious amounts of flashing lights in all of the show's dream sequences, which always contain information pertinent to the case. If fire represents the evil blackening of television, then the resulting light from that fire must lead to the message of good that viewers were supposed to receive as more of the mystery was solved, as more of the darkness was exposed by the light of investigation. We know the origin of the evil blackness of the fire, but what is the origin of the light? In real life, the fire comes from the power plant. Is there such a power plant for Twin Peaks' fire? In Season 3, we find out that the giant is known as the fireman, which can have more than one meaning. A fireman could be someone who controls or fights fire, and this is certainly the case when the fireman creates Laura Palmer in order to fight and control Bob's destructive fire. A fireman could also be someone who makes fire. Inside the fireman's castle, we can see and hear what looks and sounds like a power plant generating electricity, generating fire. Is the giant the one who supplies the electrical fire that Twin Peaks runs on? To explain why this should be the case, we need to talk about where the giant resides. Does he live in the White Lodge? I say no. The Black Lodge is a doppelganger, an evil twin of the White Lodge. Both the White and Black Lodges are where Cooper ends up in the Season 2 finale, and it's difficult to tell them apart, as it should be. Here's a handy visual guide to help you navigate. The place where the fireman lives looks nothing like the Red Room. It's somewhere entirely different. His castle is sat high on a rock jutting out of an endless purple sea, the same endless sea Agent Cooper ends up on the shores of when he's ejected into non-existence by the Arm's doppelganger. According to the show, this purple sea is non-existence. But what does that mean exactly? Let's meditate on it for a bit.
Transcendental meditation, as taught by Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, is a mental technique that allows any human being to dive within, experience subtler levels of mind and intellect, and to transcend and experience an ocean of pure consciousness within, at the source of thought.
David Lynch is an avid proponent of the Transcendental Meditation movement, and has even founded an organization dedicated to the teaching and promoting of TM. I invite you to do your own research on the subject, as I am not making any judgments in this video, and I'm not going to get involved in any debates about it. I'm only mentioning Lynch's belief in the practice so that we can understand what he put on the screen in Twin Peaks.
This ocean represents the ocean within every human being. And this ocean is an ocean of consciousness. It is unbounded and infinite.
These clips are from some of the many, many presentations Lynch has given about transcendental meditation, accompanied by Doctor of Physics John Hagelin, who did some groundbreaking work in the field of string theory in the 80s.
Hello, I'm John Hagelin, quantum physicist and teacher of the Transcendental Meditation program.
Hagelin's work helped to develop the most convincing model yet for a concept in physics known as the unified field. I'm not an expert in physics, but my understanding is that the unified field is an attempt to combine the disciplines of quantum mechanics and general relativity to link all aspects of physical reality in a single mathematical model. It is yet unproven and considered to be the holy grail of physics. Dr. Hagelin thinks that the unified field can be defined by string theory.
As modern physics has probed deeper levels of nature's functioning, it has revealed that more fundamental levels of nature are progressively more unified. The four forces of nature deep within the atomic nucleus become 3 and 2, and ultimately one unified field of all the laws of nature, shown at the basis of this chart.
Dr. Hagelin also happens to be the current leader of the TM movement and claims that using meditation to dive into the vast ocean of pure consciousness, as Lynch describes, is actually our minds joining with the unified field at the base level of physical reality, where everything in the universe becomes one.
Meditation, properly understood and properly practiced, is a systematic technique to experience deeper levels of mind. And these deeper levels of human intelligence, shown on the right-hand side of this chart, correspond to the direct experience of deeper levels of intelligence in nature. This inward flow of the awareness quickly culminates in the direct experience of the unified field.
Dr. Hagelin's physicist colleagues may not be convinced, and may have asked him to stop comparing the unified field to transcendental oneness, but David Lynch certainly believes him.
And the scientists, well, they discovered molecules. Deeper they went, and they discovered these atoms, little electrons and neutrons and protons. And they went deeper and deeper and deeper, smaller and smaller particles. And then modern science, quantum physics, discovered the unified field. The scientists know this exists, but if they wanted to get there, any one of those scientists could practice a technique, transcendental meditation, and the deeper levels of mind and deeper levels of intellect correspond to deeper levels of matter. At the borderline of intellect, you transcend, experiencing oneness, pure, unbounded, infinite consciousness.
And so this is exactly what we're seeing in Episode 8 of The Return. The nuclear bomb splits an atom, setting off a catastrophic chain reaction, and then we dive within, deeper and deeper into the blast, and then deeper and deeper still, smaller and smaller particles, until we go past the smallest particles, and then we transcend. We go beyond particles to the unified field, the vast ocean of consciousness.
This ocean represents an ocean of consciousness.
Stars, moons, and planets remind us of protons, neutrons, and electrons. Is there a bigger being walking with all the stars within?
Everything that is a thing emerges from this field of no thing. Unmanifest it is.
And here we have our explanation for non-existence. Cooper is sent out of the TV show and back to this field of no-thing from whence he came, from whence all ideas come. Lynch often compares coming up with creative ideas to catching fish, and these ideas are swimming in this ocean of consciousness.
And you don't go in there necessarily to get ideas. You go in there to expand that container of bliss, and then when you come out all energized, refreshed, blissful, then those ideas are easier to catch. It's like the net goes deeper and deeper and deeper, and you can catch those fish.
Twin Peaks is fueled by these ideas, so the firemen's electrical generators, which power the television dream, must be drawing ideas up out of this ocean as fuel for the electrical fire. David Lynch is just channeling the ideas into the airwaves that fuel and shape the fire in our TV sets. Inside one of the firemen's idea power generators is Philip Jeffries, who describes the interior as slippery.
It's slippery in here.
What might this mean? Is Lynch saying that ideas are slippery like fish? Could be. Or they could be slippery like something else.
Uncle Leland, what does that smell? It smells like something's burning! Dad, is the engine on fire? It smells like something's burning.
This was a smell like oil, scorched engine oil. Jacoby, scorched engine oil.
Oil can be fuel for fire, and since Bob is described numerous times as smelling like scorched engine oil, his fire must be fueled by this engine oil. But oil is also a slippery lubricant. There must be oil inside the firemen's machines, fueling the fire that they generate. Can we call it fish oil? I don't see why not.
It's slippery in here.
But fire makes light as well as causing destruction, and since the oil that powers Bob's destructive fire takes a literal physical form in the show, does this mean that the oil that fuels the light of investigation also takes a literal form?
What did your husband say exactly about this oil?
This oil is an opening to a gateway.
Intriguing, isn't it?
The gateway to the Red Room is Glastonbury Grove, a ring of 12 sycamores surrounding a white-rimmed pool of the engine oil Bob's fire runs on. In the film, we can see the Red Room reflected in this pool before the gateway is opened. But wait just a minute, we've seen a similar image before. One of the more notable things about the finale episode of Season 2 is that it does not end with the credits rolling in front of Laura Palmer's homecoming photo, like all the other episodes do. Rather, it ends with the credits rolling in front of a shot of a cup of black coffee, in which is reflected the image of Laura Palmer smiling out at us from inside the Red Room. A white-rimmed pool of dark liquid reflecting an image of the Red Room, just like the one at Glastonbury Grove. This is showing us that engine oil and black coffee must represent the same thing. You know, David Lynch has expressed his dismay that people think Philip Jeffries ended up inside of a tea kettle. I think what Lynch is regretting here is that if we think it's a tea kettle, we're locked into that dead-end idea and we stop thinking about it any further, from seeing it for what it really is. It's not a tea kettle. It's a coffee machine. Having a fish in the old percolator is like having an idea on the brain, and ideas fuel the show the same way fire does. Someone once made the joke that Philip Jeffries was the fish in the percolator. They have no idea how close they were to the correct answer.
There was a fish in the percolator.
So, the form the fuel for the fire takes coming out of the machines changes depending on the intention. Bob's bad fire of destruction runs on engine oil. Investigation is the light shining into Bob's darkness to reveal it. And what does that fire run on? Coffee. Agent Cooper, lead investigator of the mystery, literally runs on coffee, as well as any other investigator in the show. He's obsessed with coffee because he can't do his job without it.
Who killed Laura Palmer?
Harry, let me tell you about the dream I had last night.
Not just coffee, coffee and donuts, bitter and sweet, because bitter and sweet is balanced. Balance is good, and good is balance.
A policeman's dream. Yep.
What is an FBI agent? Someone who shines a light on evil and is authorized to use deadly force, destruction in the name of good. Balanced.
Ah, the policeman's dream.
What was the result of studio pressure to solve Laura Palmer's murder? It allowed the darkness to win. The cable company got in the way of the investigation and ended it. No more light. No more fuel for the light. The flow of coffee ceased. But Lynch wasn't finished with Laura, so he brought the investigation back. How did Fire Walk With Me begin? With a stale pot of coffee.
Why don't you have some coffee? Go ahead. It was fresh about 2 days ago.
Laura's investigation was stale and needed freshening up with the Teresa Banks investigation.
You can start that fresh pot of coffee right now.
The coffee was back on, and since this was a film, there was nothing Sheriff Cable and his impotent show of strength could do to interfere with it. The Firemen's association with coffee is locked in during the finale of Season 2. The little man offers Cooper some coffee, the funny old waiter from the Great Northern brings it, then reveals himself as the Giant. The fireman supplies the coffee, freshly percolated in his castle. The fireman's castle resembles a movie theater and is always shown in black and white. As we've seen from the rest of the show, black and white sequences signify past events. Why does the fireman who's in charge of powering our visual entertainment dreams live in an old-timey movie theater in the past? Well, where did people get their visual entertainment before TV became popular? They got their dreams at the movie theater, on the big screen, in black and white. Lynch has made no secret that he considers film to be superior to TV, and now we know it's because the film is capable of balancing light and darkness better than television can. This is exactly why the Fireman's Castle, a power station for visual storytelling, is located on the infinite sea of consciousness.
This field within is a field of balance. It's just a huge field of balance.
We may have moved from the big screen to the TV screen, but the dreams we dream through both have the same origin. TV is descended from film, so its fire is still going to be powered by those film storytelling ideas, especially if it's a TV show created by a filmmaker. The entrance to the TV realm is marked by a pool of the engine oil that powers violence and fear. What marks the entrance to the realm of film and balance? A pool of gold liquid. Why would this be?
The analogy is if you want to make a white cloth gold, you dip it in the golden dye and hang it up on the line in the sun to dry. And the dipping it into the golden dye is transcending, and hanging it on the line in the sunlight is activity. And at the very beginning, the sunlight burns out almost every little bit of gold. Maybe a few little specks stay. So you dip it again and hang it up. You transcend and go into activity, transcend and go into activity. And little bit by little bit, that white cloth gets more and more gold.
And this is why we see a blob of pure gold floating at the center of the nuclear blast right before transcending. Gold is the entrance to transcendence, just as fear is the entrance to television. As the fireman's purpose is revealed by his coffee delivery, he makes a whooping noise and exclaims, "Hallelujah!"
Woo! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
What the heck is that supposed to mean? Well, what does the noise sound like other than a stereotyped Native American war cry? Let's think of all the places we've heard it before. We've heard it from the little man when he introduces himself as Mike's arm.
I am the arm, and I sound like this.
By the way, the little man is the manifestation of the arm that Mike chopped off. That's common knowledge, right? Mike's arm had a tattoo that allowed him to control his familiar Bob.
He was my familiar. I, too, have been touched by the devilish one. Tattoo on the left shoulder. But when I saw the face of God, I took the entire arm off.
We see Bob bowing to Mike's former arm at the end of the film, so we can see that the arm is still Bob's master. Bob's master sounds like this. We hear a similar sound when Mike goes to warn Laura about Bob's presence inside her father. We hear that sound come from the TV Leland smashes when he's murdering Teresa Banks while possessed by Bob. And we hear it coming from the number 6 telephone pole that introduces the convenience store scene where Bob sits with the arm. We can conclude that in all of these situations, the sound accompanies Bob. It warns us about Bob, and Bob is fire. The sound isn't a war cry, it's a fire alarm. The little man controls Bob's fire, so he makes the fire alarm sound. The giant is the fireman who both supplies and fights the fire, so he also makes the fire alarm sound. Now, this word hallelujah, what does it mean? It's a Hebrew word that literally translates to praise you, God. This is said immediately after the giant appears with coffee and makes the fire alarm sound, which tells us that the fireman is the god of fire. But he's not the only one. The two say hallelujah to each other.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Is the little man also a god of fire? We can only investigate so far as we have clues to give us a lead. The light of investigation runs on coffee, just as it runs on clues. The fireman brings the coffee that powers the light from the world of film. He supplies the film storytelling clues. But it's established early on in Twin Peaks that the little man is the one who distributes them.
She's my cousin, but doesn't she look almost like that? You sweet wash or farmer.
In the finale, the little man makes this perfectly clear by giving us a display of his power, showing us that he controls the flow of coffee, the flow of clues. He starts rubbing his hands together, like you might do if you want to get some heat going, and at his command, the coffee flows freely, it flows slowly, and it stops altogether. If he wants the investigation to move forward, he can crank up the flow of clues, and thus the flow of coffee that powers the investigators. If he wants the investigation slowed or stalled, he can stop the flow. The little man is in direct control of how much light gets to shine through the mystery. Light shining through. How does a dream appear on the big screen in a movie theater? An electrical arc lamp shines light through the film, projecting the image onto the formerly dark screen. But how does a dream appear on your TV screen at home? As we now know, the tube wants to make the screen bright white, and you have to control the amount of light being projected by blocking the light and adding darkness to the formerly white screen. Film good, TV bad. Film light, TV dark. The giant supplies the light, he's the god of light. The little man controls the light with darkness, he's the god of darkness. The giant lives in a movie theater, the little man lives behind the curtains of TV. The giant is the god of the balanced big screen, the little man is the god of the evil small screen. Giant screen, giant spirit. Small screen, small spirit. Together, they are the gods of the electrical fire that powers film and TV.
Hallelujah!
Hallelujah!
The woodsman, the smoke, the thing in the air, floated in looking for a home for Bob, a way to spread the fire. Before TV took off, this would have been through film. They were looking for the god of light.
God of light? God of light? God of light?
But the spirit of film, with his home located on the Sea of Balance, is far too balanced to spread evil. So what do the woodsmen find instead? A mic. The little man is Mike's arm, so he's just a part of a greater whole. The arm controls the violence on TV. Mike is the spirit of TV that could be. And together they should be balanced. But the evil has been acting on its own. Just imagine how much bigger TV could be if it weren't so focused on evil and violence all the time. '60s TV series The Fugitive, immensely popular during its 4-season, 120-episode run, is about Police Lieutenant Philip Gerard's pursuit of Dr. Richard Kimball, who is wrongfully accused of killing his wife. While on the run, Dr. Kimball is pursuing the actual killer, the infamous One-Armed Man. Originally, the one-armed Twin Peaks character known as Philip Michael Gerard was nothing more than an homage to The Fugitive, a clue for the viewer to consider on the path to discovering the show's literal TV nature. However, when Lynch was forced to write a conclusion to the pilot episode of Twin Peaks for the international release, that's when he came up with the idea for the Red Room, and the homage became a resident of this room, and therefore an integral part of the inner workings of Twin Peaks. It's the same thing with The Fugitive. Where is that one-armed man? Yet each week, they hardly ever dealt with that. And that's the beautiful thing. You keep wondering, when will he find this guy and set everything straight? But then you knew that would be the end. The Fugitive's one-armed man is an iconic TV murderer in an ongoing TV murder mystery that successfully ran for a long time, but did eventually succumb to the audience demand for closure. As such, he's a perfect symbol for TV itself succumbing to the spread of consumable violence. Mike used to be the spirit of TV that spread that consumable violence, but now he is intent on stopping his former partner's evil, and so has severed the arm that controls Bob.
I saw the face of God and was purified.
Mike saw Laura Palmer, Balance, come out of the face of the god of light.
I took off the arm, but remained close to this vessel for one single purpose.
To find Bob.
To stop him!
Mike's former arm is the embodiment of Mike's former evil intent. One-armed Mike now inhabits the body of Philip Michael Gerard. Mike is now inside Philip Gerard. What does this mean? The pursued has become the pursuer. The Fugitive's one-armed man has severed his evil to become an agent of good, the man sworn to chase down and stop his fugitive familiar from causing pain and suffering for entertainment. Ultimately, Philip Michael Gerard embodies television turning its back on ongoing mystery, but then having a change of heart and attempting to stop its own darkness with a new ongoing investigation. But the arm is still a necessary part of Mike and of Twin Peaks, because the show's method of stopping the evil is not to eliminate it or to contain it. Laura Palmer still has to die. We still need a Bob to make that happen, and the show must direct and control Bob's evil to perform in such a way that we can receive the core message of balance. So Mike and his arm, good and evil, are working together as one complete, balanced spirit of TV storytelling. At least where Twin Peaks is concerned. This is why we can see both Mike and his arm laughing as Laura is killed. Their plan to cause and then expose Bob's evil in the story of Twin Peaks begins here.
One day the sadness will end.
The key to goodness is balance between the darkness and the light, and Laura Palmer embodies the concept of balance that David Lynch seeks. She has bad aspects and good aspects in equal measure. She's involved with drugs and helps Josie with her English. She sleeps around and prostitutes herself and tutors the disabled. She covers for her boyfriend murdering a guy and delivers food to the elderly. The people who are associated with her good side generally can't believe she had a bad side, and vice versa. The balance in Twin Peaks came from an equal amount of stories about people connected to both sides of Laura. It's no wonder Laura Palmer was born out of the unified field. She is good and bad together as one. She is the one. She is oneness.
The one leading to the many is Laura Palmer. Laura is the one.
But I've heard a thing, knowledge and experience of combined opposites. And this is the story of the unified field where opposites are together. They say infinite silence, infinite dynamism together in this unity beneath matter and mind. Anything that is a thing has emerged from this field of unity. It's oneness.
Laura is the one.
If Laura's balance is Twin Peaks, then Bob trying to get inside her and turn her fully over to the side of evil is the wind of the zeitgeist trying to corrupt the TV show like it has so many times before. Leland turns on the ceiling fan outside of Laura's room every time he goes to abuse her. As Laura stands under the fan, we can see its wind, the zeitgeist, entering her and hypnotizing her to be more receptive to Bob's evil. On some deep level, Laura knows that she was born to eventually succumb to the evil, either becoming possessed of it or victim to it. In the end, Laura's struggle between darkness and light is a metaphor for the struggle of Twin Peaks to exist in a world with mundane violence. We enjoy that violence, and Lynch's hope was that Laura's tragic story would allow us to see the evil for what it was, and to see what it was doing to us, thus breaking the feedback loop of fear in the zeitgeist entering the TV to cause more fear in the zeitgeist.
Bob feeds on fear and the pleasures. They are his children.
Bob's primary goal is to cause as much pain as is possible for his audience to enjoy. He inflicts pain, then feeds on the pain he inflicts, which strengthens him and drives him to inflict more. This is a literal manifestation of the idea that an inflictor of pain is damaging their own soul, which might lead them to inflict more pain. Similarly, their victims become damaged, which pushes the victims towards accepting evil into themselves and inflicting it on further victims.
Pain for the victim, pain for the inflictor of pain, a circle of pain, a circle of suffering.
This circle of pain extends to the audience that watches television. Bob enjoys his work, and we wouldn't watch Bob's work if we weren't also enjoying it. We have an appetite for pain and suffering. Mike would use Bob to satisfy it, creating a supply and demand of consumable violence on TV. The more pain he caused, the more we wanted to see, and the more Bob entered us to darken our own souls. David Lynch sees us as suffering for it. That's a real sickness to me. That's a real sick thing. Only two types of people can see Bob's true face.
This is his true face, but few can see it. The gifted.
The gifted, the characters in the show that were given this ability by the script and the director, characters who are in touch with their intuition.
And the damned.
And the damned. Mike looks directly at the audience when he says this. He's talking directly to us. We are the damned. We are the ones suffering from the endless growth of fear and negativity fed to us and demanded by us through the TV. We are the Walking Dead.
Bob and I, when we were killing together, there was this perfect relationship. Appetite, satisfaction, a golden circle.
Golden circle. A ring.
Mike calls the killing a golden circle of appetite and satisfaction. Cooper relates this to his ring, and so the golden circle takes a physical form. The owl ring, a literal golden circle that ends up on the ring fingers of Bob's victims. This marks them as being part of the cycle of violence we have created. The symbol stamped into it is the same symbol we see in Owl Cave in the second season, which resembles an owl in flight from a head-on perspective. In Season 3, Mr. C tells Ray Monroe to put the owl ring on his left-hand ring finger. This is the same finger on which we see Teresa Banks and Laura Palmer wearing it. Gordon Cole tells Tammy Preston that the left-hand ring finger is the spiritual mound, the spiritual finger.
This is the spiritual mound, the spiritual finger. You think about that, Tammy.
A Google search for Spiritual Mound will reveal a Wikipedia entry about Spirit Mound Historic Prairie in South Dakota. A good portion of Season 3 happens to take place in South Dakota. Spirit Mound Historic Prairie features a prominent hill on the Great Plains. The Plains Indians of the region considered Spirit Mound the home of dangerous spirits, or little people. We see the ring appear on a hill or mound of dirt, reminiscent of this mythical home of evil little people. We see Mike wearing the ring on his little finger, and we see Mike's little person left arm in possession of the ring. This tells us that the ring currently belongs primarily to the arm, and it makes perfect sense that the golden circle of ever-growing evil would belong to the evil extension of TV storytelling. In both the film and Season 3, we see that if a character dies while wearing the ring on their spirit finger, their spirit is transported to the Red Room, where Mike and his arm reside. Why? Because the owl ring is Mike's wedding ring.
With this ring, I be what?
When you get married, accepting a wedding ring on your wedding ring finger symbolizes that you're giving yourself, body and soul, to your spouse. When people in Twin Peaks accept the owl ring on their spirit fingers, they are marrying themselves to Mike's evil. Their left arms even go limp to signify their commitment to the one-armed embodiment of storytelling.
Just before her time, Teresa's arm went completely dead.
Upon death, their souls are taken to the Red Room because they now belong to Mike. This is all a literal interpretation of the idea that if we accept television's evil golden circle of appetite and satisfaction, we become victims of Bob and give our souls over to the TV. Mike TV owns his audience, and we are married to the violence. This is how the ring used to work for these spirits of television before Twin Peaks. I posit that before the show, Mike's golden circle was only a golden wedding band style ring with no ornamentation, and that the green stone was affixed to the ring after Mike's change of heart. To explain why I think this, we need to talk about the meaning of the owl symbol that's engraved into the ring.
The owls are not what they seem.
What does the owl symbolize? If we look to the current prevailing theories, what the owls seem to be are familiars that carry spirits from the lodge to the real world and back. Somewhat of a stab in the dark, but it's got a glimmer of truth to it. If we work backwards from what Philip Jeffries shows us in Season 3, we can get the whole story. Cooper wants to travel back to a point in time. Jeffries shows him that point in time on an infinite loop. The symbol for the infinite loop of time comes from the owl symbol. So the owl symbol and the infinite time loop must represent the same thing. But what could it mean that the owl symbol represents an infinite loop of time? We could say that the plot of the original show begins with Cooper receiving clues from a dream of his future self, and it ends with Cooper entering that dream, where he waits 25 years in the waiting room to be the future self he was dreaming about at the beginning. So we could say that in this way, the plot begins where it ends and ends where it begins. All of the time in the original plot is contained in that infinite loop. What can we conclude? The owls represent the entirety of the plot of the first 2 seasons, from beginning to end and back to the beginning. The wings on the owl symbol even resemble 2 mountain peaks. Twin Peaks, the story.
Watch and listen to the dream of time.
The owl ring was first introduced in the film, which was created in addition to that story. And this is why the owl symbol on the ring has an extra line coming off the top of the owl's head. This is extra time that has been added to the original plot. Why was the owl chosen as a representative of the story? Firstly, owls have enormous eyes that can see in the darkness, like Lynch wants us to do. Second, Lynch shows us a more literal comparison in the final episode of Season 3. Transmission towers. Only the very jaded can look at this and say that it doesn't resemble a stylized cartoon owl. What does a transmission tower do? It props up the power lines. The owls literally carry electricity. We repeatedly see the images of owls carrying light throughout the show.
I combined Major Briggs' tattoo with the Log Ladies.
This looks exactly like the one at Owl Cave.
The larger symbol from Owl Cave, when seen in its complete form, is very obviously an owl totem pole, just like we see elsewhere in the show. We are shown the diamonds from the totem design during the owl to infinity symbol transition just to make sure we know that this is an owl totem pole. This totem pole is topped by a fire symbol. The owl is carrying the fire. Telephone poles and transmission towers are carrying the fire. The owls carry the electrical fire. The plot carries the show. The loop of time that is the plot is the same as the owl. The owl represents the plot, which carries the electrical fire. So why is the owl symbol stamped into the green stone affixed to the owl ring? Next we'll need to ask, what is the green stone? It's not jade.
Is this the Formica table? Jade is this color.
Why would Mike's arm call attention to this oddly specific detail that he's sitting at a green Formica table? If we look closer at the table, we can see a circular hole about the size of the stone on the owl ring. The green stone on the owl ring seems to have been pulled from this green Formica tabletop. But why Formica? Because Formica was originally invented as an electrical insulator, which is a concept that works on several levels. The design in a Formica table looks a heck of a lot like TV static, mirroring the fact that if we literally block the signal, we get nothing but static on the screen. We're insulating ourselves from the show. The ring itself represents the golden circle of appetite and satisfaction, and gold happens to be one of the best conductors of electricity. Watching TV, marrying the evil and wearing the golden circle would allow for Mike and Bob's evil electricity to enter our souls more easily. But the story of Twin Peaks was created as an attempt to insulate TV from Bob's electrical fire of consumable violence. And here, we see the symbol of that story, the owl, is now engraved in a piece of Formica that literally breaks the golden circle the TV maintains with its viewers, insulating us from Bob's electrical fire. So, with Twin Peaks as an insulator on the ring, Laura is marrying a spirit of TV that's had a change of heart, insulating her from Bob's possession. And it is hoped that through watching Twin Peaks, we are also insulated through a marriage to this new balanced spirit of TV. Now, we have an explanation for why Leland is so upset about the dirt under Laura's wedding ring fingernail.
There's dirt way under this fingernail.
In this moment, Laura is not yet fully possessed of Bob's evil, and still has the potential to put the ring on and insulate herself from him. Mounds of dirt symbolize the little man, and the little man is part of Mike. So dirt under the wedding ring fingernail signifies Mike's goodly influence on her soul.
But not a one of us is going to start eating until Laura washes her hands. Wash your hands!
Bob abusively demands that she wash her hands to cause her pain, thus pushing her toward the side of evil and hopefully cleansing Mike's influence. He doesn't succeed. Laura chooses the side of good, marries Mike, insulates and protects herself from Bob's possession, and Bob murders her like a good little servant to his little master. After the murder, Bob goes back to the Red Room to return Mike's Garmonbozia.
Garmonbozia!
Where does creamed corn figure into the workings of the universe?
Creamed corn, or Garmonbozia, is a physical manifestation of pain and sorrow. Evil entities of the Black Lodge run on Garmonbozia like a fuel and enjoy both its creation and consumption. We know it's a fuel because at the time they're supposed to return to the lodge, we can see Cooper's doppelganger and Dougie Jones vomiting up spent Garmonbozia as its evil energy runs out. Before Mike cut his arm off, he would marry Bob's victims with his ring, and Bob would kill them, delivering their souls to the lodge where Mike could harvest the Garmonbozia from them. He would can it and store it in the convenience store for future use.
Over the star!
Mike and Bob, powered by Garmonbozia, would enter the world and commit murder, then return to the lodge with fresh Garmonbozia, which could be used to fuel more evil acts, and so on in a cycle, until the day Mike cut his arm off and swore to stop the violence. The first of Bob's victims after Mike's change of heart was Teresa Banks.
I wonder where her ring is.
Somehow, Bob was able to steal the Garmonbozia from this kill out from under Mike, despite Mike using the owl ring. How did Bob do it? One would presume that he's taking it from the lodge directly, or getting it from the arm, who has a healthy supply of it on his Formica table. But no, Bob is actually generating it himself using his infamous fingernail letters. Usually, when Bob kills someone, Mike claims their soul by placing his ring on their soul finger. Bob gets around this by planting letters from his own name deep under their wedding ring fingernail. Mike may have claimed their soul, but the pain and sorrow buried deep within their soul belong to Bob, and he's putting his name on it.
The letters under the fingernails, R-O-B-T, Bob was spelling his name, a signature on a demon self-portrait.
But Bob doesn't necessarily need the Garmonbozia from his murders. He's capable of entering the world and causing mayhem on his own, parasitically, by living on the pain and sorrow in the soul of his host. So why does Bob steal Mike's Garmonbozia? Is it really for the simple pleasure of eating pain and sorrow, or is there a deeper reason?
What really is creamed corn? Is it a symbol for something else?
So much of the symbolism in Twin Peaks is about different types of fuel. Oil fuels the fire, and that electricity fuels the show. Coffee and donuts fuel the investigation. Cherry pie fuels love and companionship.
This world of Twin Peaks seems to be filled with beautiful women. Join us for pie.
But what fuels the audience? The obvious answer would be food, and that would be a pretty dumb joke if it weren't the actual answer to the question.
Food is interesting. For instance, why do we need to eat?
Most of the time, a film or TV audience is guaranteed to be eating while watching a movie or TV show. Movie theaters have concession stands filled with snacks, and somewhere between the 50s and 90s, loving family dinners at home started to dissolve into dinner time in front of the TV. When we watch a movie in a theater, we eat the classic, quintessential movie food, popcorn. If we were watching TV in the early 90s, we might have eaten a TV dinner, which might have included some creamed corn. Corn is the common denominator. It's the food an audience eats when we watch a film or TV show. And so creamed corn has come to represent the audience's attention and enjoyment of the pain and sorrow we're watching on TV while we eat our TV dinners. We give our TV dinner eating time to the TV. Black Lodge beings create the pain and sorrow of a murder mystery. We dedicate our corn consumption time to it. They eat our corn-stuffed attention as fuel to create more pain and sorrow for us to pay attention to. We have an appetite for it, and it satisfies.
Appetite, satisfaction.
Are our appetites, our desires, undermining us?
Is this just crazy talk? Let's look for the evidence. Here's Chad. He's a dirty cop, so he's possessed by evil. He's eating not one, but 2 TV dinners and a big bowl of creamed corn while he reads a gun magazine. He's spending his corn consumption time on violent entertainment. Here's Sarah Palmer. She shows us that she's possessed by evil, and she spends all her time at home watching violence on TV. Lynch refers to TV violence as animals eating each other.
Honey mules eating each other.
And that's what you're watching.
Yeah, it's my kind of stuff.
And what does Sarah eat while she watches? The only food she buys at the store to go with her Bloody Marys. TV dinners. Here's Carrie Page. She's involved in the murder of some guy, so she's also possessed by evil. What's she been eating while hiding out from the police? Nothing but TV dinners. Traditionally, corn is used as a fertility symbol, and this is also true in the world of Twin Peaks, but in a more literal way. Our creamed corn eating gives birth to the show. Intercourse between the two worlds gives birth to the dream. The show may be physically run by electricity, but what keeps the power running is our attention to it. This works on a couple of levels. On a personal level, if we don't give the show our attention, the show doesn't exist for us. We haven't shared in the dream. On a broader level, if enough people don't give the show attention, then the show gets canceled and ceases to exist for everyone. In either case, Black Lodge entities don't get to consume our attention unless we have seen their handiwork. Why does Bob want Garmonbozia? Because he wants an audience for his work. If the only clue we had after a murder was the impression left behind by the owl ring, then Mike and his arm would get our attention, because we see them in possession of the ring, and that would make them the prime suspects. But by leaving his signature on the kill, we know it was Bob who was responsible, and this keeps our interest on his work, which further powers him because we want to see his serial killer mystery play out, and so Bob gets to consume our attention. He steals the attention away from Mike and his arm. We can keep going with this. TV and creamed corn, also known as convenience foods, are produced for us to easily consume and enjoy, just like the pain and sorrow that fuel a murder mystery show. TV and TV dinners wrapped in plastic for our convenience.
She's dead, wrapped in plastic.
It should be no wonder then that Garmonbozia is stored in a gas station convenience store, a place that literally stores fuel and convenience foods.
The look on our face when it was open, there was a stillness.
When Mike yells at Bob for stealing the corn, he says that he had it canned over the store and that there was a stillness on Teresa's face when it was opened. Very interesting that the corn wasn't opened until after she was killed. The canning of Garmonbozia happens when a murder is committed before the story begins. This is potential energy that is stored in the store until the audience is brought in at the start of the story during the murder investigation. Teresa's Garmonbozia was canned and stored during her murder, and during her autopsy scene where we see the stillness on her face, Bob's fingernail letter is revealed, and our attention is consumed by Bob. This is what Mike is talking about. So the convenience store acts as a kind of power station for the story, generating and storing negative plot details. And this is because we want the negativity. The oil comes from the fireman's castle, and our attention and desire for negativity refines that oil into gasoline to fuel Bob's fire. The power station for TV's darkness is a dirty highway gas station full of gasoline and creamed corn. The power station for the light of film is a giant's castle on a purple sea of dreams full of coffee and lantern oil. Which do you think Lynch holds in higher regard? The first time we see Garmonbozia, it's at the Tremont's house when Donna is delivering food for Laura's Meals on Wheels route.
I requested no cream corn.
Mrs. Tremont does not want Garmonbozia. Her grandson Pierre is studying magic, and he moves the corn around the scene with and as if by magic. It's on the plate, then it's in Pierre's hands, then it's gone. Very interesting to watch and think about. Attention-grabbing, even. How does Pierre's trick work? And I don't mean how might he be able to pull it off in real life. I mean literally, how is the magic trick actually being done when we're watching it? Through editing. The corn, our attention, is being moved around the scene through cinematography and editing. Each cut is an instant magical move of our attention from one place to another.
Sometimes things can happen just like this.
And who controls the editing and cinematography? The director. The director literally directs the audience's attention around in a scene. So if the editing is the magic, then the director must be a magician. I feel it takes away too much for the film when you know too many of the magician's secrets, Sabrina Sutherland responds to questions about how Lynch directed a scene. Furthermore, this particular little magician has David Lynch's signature haircut and was originally played by none other than Austin Jack Lynch, David Lynch's own son. Pierre Tremont seems to be another David Lynch self-insert. He's never seen without his grandmother, who despises creamed corn. One of Lynch's first films was The Grandmother, which is about a little boy who grows his own grandmother to be a source of love.
A small boy plants a seed and grows a grandmother, because a grandmother is a source of love.
So of course baby Lynch's grandmother despises negativity fuel. Pierre Tremont proves to us that Lynch is the director, is the magician. And now we have an identity for the magician from the famous Twin Peaks poem, and we can fully decode its meaning.
Through the darkness of future past, the magician longs to see.
Through the darkness of future past. What is future past? Well, when you make a recording, when you shoot video or film, you intend to watch it in the future. What you will be watching at that time is a record of the past. Future past is a film or TV show. The darkness we're talking about here is the dark dream of Twin Peaks, the TV show. So through the darkness of Twin Peaks, the magician, the director, David Lynch, through Twin Peaks, David Lynch longs to see one chance out, the one chance we have of getting out of this golden circle of destruction. And yes, I know Lynch meant it to be one chance out with a T, like someone chanting, but we're playing a lot of games with meanings and homonyms and sounds alikes anyway, so all that matters is that it sounds like chance. Between two worlds, between the TV world and the real world, fire walk with me. This could be a couple of things, but they both have kind of the same meaning. It could be a reference to the electrician's walking stick, planting those telephone poles, walking with the fire to connect our TVs with the dream. It could also be meant as the arm means it when he says it to Bob, and then walks Bob out into the world. Come along with me, Bob, and we will use your darkness to send a message. The second seems more likely because that's what will lead to the one chance out. So, when we see Pierre ordering Bob to commit murder, he's directing the violence in a certain direction and then through editing, directing the audience's attention in that direction. He's walking with the electrical fire, using it to create his show. Actually, no. Notice how Pierre directs Bob directly, but the arm holds his hand up to restrain Bob, and he's the one who walks Bob out into the world. To understand the director's indirect control of Mike's arm, we will use the concept of masks. Bob certainly wears Leland like a mask, possessing his body for his dark purposes. But David Lynch is kind of using his magic to possess our TVs for his purpose. So can we say that Lynch is wearing TV like a mask? The answer is yes, but again, not directly. First of all, David Lynch is wearing the character of Pierre as a mask, isn't he? And then Pierre wears a literal mask of his own, resembling a character in the convenience store known as the Jumping Man. This character jumps up and down with frantic, evil glee on a milk crate while carrying a wooden branch. We can see Pierre carrying the same branch while wearing the mask and jumping around in a parking lot later in the film during a flashback, which tells us that the Jumping Man is nothing more than a mask for Pierre Tremont. The branch looks like a kind of talisman, and the actor who played the Jumping Man, Carlton Lee Russell, says that Lynch told him his character was a living talisman.
David told me that my character was this talisman come to life, and so that's what I went with.
What the heck does that mean? Well, a talisman is an object with magical powers. We already know that David Lynch is a magician, and that the magic he practices is directing attention around through editing. If Lynch's child self is carrying the magic talisman, and the Jumping Man is the talisman come to life, does this mean that the Jumping Man is the embodiment of the magic of editing? That would explain his frenzied behavior. There's a lot of energy in a cut from shot to shot. It's instant movement. You're jumping from one place to another instantly, from one time to another instantly. In Season 3, he's only shown in times of transition, in that jump from the convenience store to the Dutchman's. The Jumping Man's nose is long and very sharp. What does one do with a sharp object? Cut things with it. So, if the Jumping Man represents editing, then the director is wearing the editing as a mask. The twig coming out of the forehead of the mask grows into the director's magical wooden talisman. This is the director's personality, his sensibility, his mind, his intention coming through in the editing. Remember that the show creator's intention is what controls the balance of positive and negative electricity in our TV sets. The Jumping Man's face is painted white, like active electricity. And like alternating current, he alternates between jumping up onto a milk crate to make himself taller and jumping down and crouching to make himself shorter. He happens to be wearing the same suit as our little man from another place, and Carlton Lee Russell is between David Lynch and the Arm's actor Mike Anderson in height. He appears to be in a transitional state between our director and our little spirit of TV. All of this tells us that Lynch wears Pierre as a mask, Pierre wears the editing as a mask, the editing wears TV as a mask, and TV wears our TV sets as a mask. Pierre tells Bob to kill, and through this series of masks, Bob receives the order from the spirit of TV storytelling, who then takes Bob out into the world to collect Garmonbozia. Back to the original question. Now that we know what Garmonbozia is, we can see why Bob returns it to Mike at the end of the film. If he enjoys the attention so much, why would he willingly give it back? It's because he has no choice but to give it back. He is compelled to by the director's magic. This is simply the part of the film where Lynch directs our attention to the revelation that the arm is Mike's arm, and that it is Bob's master. Lynch shows us that Bob doesn't act alone, which compels Bob to bow to his master. And with that bow, Lynch takes our attention away from Bob and gives it to the arm, who eats it right up. A TV show requires attention to exist, but things in Twin Peaks need to be part of Laura's mystery, or mysterious in their own right, to get our attention. If it's part of the mystery, then it requires the audience's investigation, and therefore, it's part of the FBI's investigation.
Special Agent, are you there?
Remember what we talked about before. The mind is a detective. Intuition is the detective in us. Dale Cooper is really a very intuitive detective. FBI agents are a manifestation of our own detective minds engaging with the mystery of Twin Peaks. This is why the director of the show plays the director of the FBI, because he gives his investigators mysteries to investigate. Dale Cooper was the one assigned to Twin Peaks, so he's the agent who most directly represents the audience that watches Twin Peaks. But Cooper's connection with the audience, like everything else in the show, goes further than just being a symbol. He is the literal embodiment of our detective intuition. This is why he's so in touch with his intuition, and believes that his dreams are a reliable source of information. We are dreaming Twin Peaks as we watch it. We are getting information through this dream and using our detective skills to interpret it. Dale Cooper's doing the same, and as the embodiment of our minds, he shares our intuition with us and can feel the information we've gathered as viewers, just the same as our ability to witness his intuition through watching the show. How do we know this is true? Prime example, the scene in the film where Cooper tells Albert that he knows things about the next victim in his murder case.
Lately, I've been filled with the knowledge that the killer will strike again. But because it is just a feeling, I am powerless to stop it.
He feels that the killer will strike again because we already know that the killer will strike again. He's powerless to stop it because we've already seen the result in the first 2 seasons. And that's also why he feels that Albert will help him solve the case, because we already know that too.
One more thing, Albert. When the next murder happens, you will help me solve it.
He then rattles off a whole bunch of details that he can intuit through our prior knowledge of Laura.
A woman, blonde. She's in high school. She is sexually active. She's using drugs. She's crying out for help.
What's she doing right now?
She's preparing a great abundance of food.
These are all things we visualize when we think of Laura, and he's tapping into our imaginings of her as part of his intuition. But then why does he know she's preparing an abundance of food at this moment? Because Lynch immediately cuts to her doing so. Our intuition connection is a two-way street. Cooper feels what she's doing, so now we know what she's doing.
She's preparing a great abundance of food. The letter that was extracted from beneath the fingernail of Teresa Banks gives me the feeling that the killer will strike again. But like the song goes, who knows where or when?
We knows where and when. It's during the events of the Twin Peaks TV show. We are reminded of this by Agent Cooper's line. We picture the show in our heads, and that's why Lynch immediately cuts to the title shot of the TV show. Like the song goes, bow, bow, bow. Another example. When Agent Cooper goes to investigate the disappearance of Chet Desmond, Carl Rodd tells him exactly what Chet was doing and where he was doing it.
That's our trailer over there, and I never touched a goddamn thing. Agent Chet Desmond come by a second time and asked to see Deputy Cliff Howard's trailer over here, which I showed him.
Cooper has the feeling that he needs to investigate another lot in the trailer park, despite there being nothing about that lot that should draw his attention.
That's not the way up to Deputy Cliff's trailer, I told you.
I'm not going to Deputy Cliff's trailer.
Well, where the hell are you going?
I'm going over here.
What's over there?
Why would he go to that lot? There's nothing there, and he wouldn't know that there was anything there. It's because we saw Chet Desmond disappear at that specific lot. When Cooper arrives at the trailer park, we think that he should investigate the last place we and only we saw Chet Desmond alive. And so Cooper's intuition feels this from us and tells him that's where he needs to go. Agent Cooper represents the detective part of our minds, so it makes sense that anytime we see past the red curtains into the realm of dreams, Agent Cooper must be there to represent us in that realm too. If Cooper's not there, then we're not there. The first Red Room sequence is presented as a dream of Agent Cooper's, so we get to watch. He's there, so we're there. The end of Season 3 reveals that Agent Cooper was still in the Red Room in some capacity during the whole of the third season, so we're able to see through Season 3 and into that Red Room dream at any moment. He's there, so we're there. When Laura has her Red Room dream in the film, we share her dream by watching it, so our representative must also have shared that dream.
Laura and I had the same dream.
In that dream, Cooper warns Laura not to take the owl ring.
Don't take the ring, Laura.
It has long been wondered why he warns her about it. Does he know what the ring is? Does he know what it does? The answer is that he's intuiting that she shouldn't take the ring. Cooper has seen nothing of the owl ring before this moment. But we have. Through Agent Desmond's investigation at the beginning of the film, we saw that Teresa Banks was wearing the owl ring before she was killed, and that Agent Desmond disappeared when he found the ring. Now, the arm is showing it directly to us, and we already know he's probably not the best person to be associated with. At this point in the film, it looks to us like the owl ring has something to do with Teresa's murder. Because we think it's bad news, now Cooper can intuit through us that it might be bad news and warn Laura not to take it. Neither he nor we know at this moment that it's actually good that she take the ring later and ends up dead. One final example to hammer it home. In order for us to see into a dream, Cooper has to be there in the dream. But what if the dream is about real reality, like Gordon Cole's Monica Bellucci dream, when he dreams about meeting the real-life Monica Bellucci at a real-life cafe next to a real-life gallery where Lynch really had an art show in real life?
Cooper was there, but I couldn't see his face.
Cooper was there because we're watching the dream on TV, so we are there. Gordon Cole couldn't see his face because this was a dream about real reality where the character Agent Cooper doesn't exist. Even so, the cameras were rolling. The actors can't see our faces, but we're still there inside the viewpoint of the camera, witnessing the dream. We're there in the dream through the power of watching, so Cooper is there. But TV characters can't see the audience watching them.
Cooper was there, but I couldn't see his face.
And now that we have firmly established that Cooper is a literal manifestation of the audience's intuition, we can fully understand the very first scene of Season 3. The fireman tells Agent Cooper to listen to the sounds. He tells Cooper to remember 430, Richard and Linda, 2 birds with 1 stone. Agent Cooper states definitively that he understands.
I understand.
The fireman tells him he's far away, and Cooper disappears. The internet is chock-a-block with theories about the significance of the numbers 4, 3, and 0, essays about famous Richards and etymologies of the name Linda, possible interpretations of birds and stones, and dubious audio analyses of the mysterious sounds. In reality, these things don't have any significance beyond what they are in the show. It doesn't matter what exactly made the sounds during production, but someone who has seen the whole show could tell us that the only other time we hear them is when Agent Cooper goes back in time to rescue Laura Palmer. Someone who has seen the whole season could tell us that 2 birds with 1 stone is Agent Cooper's plan to find Judy.
Cooper told me, I'm trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
And someone who has seen the last episode could tell us that 430 is the number of miles Cooper and Diane travel to cross over to some new reality.
Exactly 430 miles.
And that the Richard and Linda the fireman is talking about are the new identities of Cooper and Diane as they cross over.
Richard, Linda.
This Agent Cooper doesn't know the names, but someone who has seen Season 3 would recognize the names from this very scene.
Richard, Linda.
Is the fireman telling Cooper to remember these things, or is he asking him if he remembers? The only way we would understand so assuredly is if we had seen these things before.
Remember. I understand.
And since Cooper represents us, this must be a Cooper from some time in the future that has seen these things. This Cooper is a representative of an audience that has already watched the whole season and is rewatching it from the beginning. The fireman tells this future Cooper that he's far away.
You are far away.
This is episode 1, and we've got an entire season to get through before we can say we understand. Therefore, this episode 18 Cooper disappears from episode 1. And if this is our first viewing, our understanding of what the fireman is talking about disappears with him into the future. The intuition connection that the audience has with Cooper explains the meta reason for his growth as a character throughout the original series. As many have pointed out, Cooper starts the Laura Palmer investigation with boyish enthusiasm, but over the course of the show, he matures to become more solemn and somber. This mirrors what Lynch hopes is happening to his audience. At the beginning, Cooper is almost perverse in his enjoyment of what should be a very grim situation. Just like the TV murder mystery audience Cooper is channeling. He enjoys it because we do. As the story unfolds and the darkness is uncovered, we should get closer to the deeper meaning of the show, the reality of Laura's tragedy. We should be no less interested in the mystery, but we should lose our perverse enjoyment of the suffering. And this hoped-for change is what's reflected in our representative. He gets serious because we're supposed to. Bob was the desire for a murder mystery without the darkness that comes with real murder. When the audience rejected the investigation into Laura's mystery and forced its conclusion, they were refusing to face more of her darkness. They just wanted the answer, no matter what the cost. And this was the audience becoming possessed by Bob. This was reflected in the latter part of season 2. Cooper was possessed by Bob because the audience was. One more thing before we go on. David Lynch has a character that represents him, and we have a character that represents us. Does this mean that Mark Frost has a character that represents him? If anyone, I put my money on Major Briggs.
Major Garland Briggs. Bobby, your father was well aware of what's going on here today. Many years ago, information your father gathered brought him together with Director Gordon Cole, and that's what's brought us to where we are today.
In the show, Major Briggs works for the government decoding secret messages from radio waves in space, which he interprets to the page and shows to Agent Cooper. Mark Frost receives idea waves from the unified field via Lynch and translates them to the page to show them to the audience. If you've read the books, you'll know how this possible connection might have translated into a literary metafiction there. Now we've established that the show's existence relies on attention and investigation. Therefore, if something or someone is not part of the mystery, then it doesn't get our attention. And this is cause for it not to exist in the show. The prime example of this is Teresa Banks.
1 year ago, almost to the day, in a town in the southwest corner of this state, the body of a young girl named Teresa Banks was found.
Teresa was someone who prior to the film got no attention. The mystery of the TV show unfolded in Cooper's investigation of Laura's connection to everyone in the town. In contrast, Teresa Banks was a loner nobody. No family, no friends, nothing important or interesting about her other than the serial killing connection to Laura Palmer.
No one came to claim the body. No known next of kin.
The reason Teresa is not in the show is because she's not connected to the show beyond that and doesn't require further investigation. But more importantly, the reason she's a nobody is because she's not in the show and not being investigated.
A basic kill. Banks was a drifter and nobody knew her.
As a result, she is the very essence of consumable TV violence. Consequenceless murder. Nothing more than the kind of plot stepping stone that needed to exist before Twin Peaks could come along and fix the problem.
She had no family. No one came forward to claim her body. It wasn't even news. Until today.
In this world where things don't exist unless they're part of the mystery, how does Lynch put attention on Teresa so that she can appear on the screen? He makes her a prostitute colleague of Laura's that Leland was seeing, and has her find out about this connection and decide to blackmail Leland over it.
Blackmailing somebody.
They even asked me what your fathers look like.
Which results in Leland killing her and planting Bob's letter. Now she's really interesting to us because now she's connected to Laura beyond just being Bob's previous victim. We need to watch and investigate these new scenes, so now there's a reason for the film to exist. But this means that there needs to be FBI agents on Teresa's case representing us. Filling in for our detective minds are agents Desmond and Stanley.
You can start that fresh pot of coffee right now. I am now ordering you to release all pertinent information concerning Teresa Banks, both while living and deceased.
In addition to being a teaching tool for the audience, Agent Desmond is also illustrative of the fact that our director requires investigators for his mysteries, whether those investigators are Agent Cooper or not.
Sam, you stick with Chet. He's got his own M.O. Modus operandi.
Notice how his part only lasts long enough to get us through the investigation, at which point he literally disappears, both in the film and from the film. His disappearance serves no less than 4 purposes. First purpose, to illustrate that characters are only part of the show long enough to serve their purpose, and then they lose our attention and they're out of the show. Unknown new character Desmond's purpose was to investigate Teresa, find the ring, and hand the case off to good old fan favorite Cooper. The second Desmond loses our attention to Cooper, his time in the film has run out. So the film literally runs out and freezes on the last frame as we turn our attention to the guy we actually care about. Second purpose, Lynch has to put some more emphasis on this ring. At the time, all we know is that Teresa was wearing it before she died. If Agent Desmond disappears when he takes it, that makes it more mysterious and more threatening, and gives us more cause to wonder about it so Cooper can feel our apprehension and warn Laura about it later.
Don't take the ring, Laura.
Third purpose, it's another hint about the mechanics of the ring. The ring is supposed to insulate us against the black fire of consumable TV violence, and meaningless violence is what the Teresa case is all about. She doesn't know anyone, so nobody will miss her, so there's no real baggage to unearth to show us how sad her death is supposed to be. What's more, she's not a very good person and is only in the movie to blackmail a murderer and to add to the sum total of evil in Twin Peaks.
Hello? Hey, handsome. It's your little party girl.
Going into this case any further than we need to would be the antithesis of the message of Twin Peaks. So when our intuitive mind's representative comes in contact with the ring, the insulation from the evil begins, and the investigation into Teresa's consumable violence stops instantaneously. Our mind is removed from that investigation, making room for the fourth purpose. It's a reason to bring Agent Cooper into the serial murder investigation. So, Agent Desmond disappears, then Agent Cooper goes to the trailer park to investigate his last known location. Well, that's how the movie should go, but instead, after Desmond disappears, David Bowie interrupts what would be a logical progression of scenes to tell us about a supernatural meeting he witnessed.
Who do you think this is there?
Agent Desmond to David Bowie losing his mind over a Formica tabletop, back to Cooper looking for Desmond. It's a total non sequitur. It's disturbing and jarring, it feels completely out of place, and it doesn't make any sense, right? The convenience store meeting scene by itself, without Jeffries, contains information essential to the inner workings of Twin Peaks. But in terms of editing, it doesn't really fit into the film anywhere that makes sense sequentially. It's like a deleted scene that was never deleted. Nonetheless, Lynch needs us to give it our attention. So how does he do it? First, we have to follow the established mechanics of the show. So in order for our attention to be in the scene, there has to have been an FBI investigator there to represent us in this look into the dream world of the Lodge. Otherwise, it's invisible to us. So Philip Jeffries was there on our behalf investigating the meeting, and it's through his story that we are able to witness the scene.
Listen up, listen carefully. I've been to one of their meetings. It was above a convenience store.
Now the issue of getting our attention to it. One of the ways Lynch could do this would be to stop the movie, tear our attention away, and give it to Jeffries so that he can tell us about the meeting. Then bring us back to the movie to continue. But he's already got our attention on the film, so why tear it away now when Lynch can just tear Jeffries away from wherever and whenever he is and bring him to our attention? The scene itself is being forced into the film at a time and place where it doesn't belong, and Philip Jeffries is the one who needs to tell us about it. So therefore, Philip Jeffries is being torn out of his own story and forced into a time and place where he doesn't belong, and he's bringing the whole sequence with him. When I said David Bowie is interrupting the film, I meant it literally. At the beginning of the scene, Cooper is doing his security camera dance back and forth. On the last pass, while standing in the security room, he sees himself on the monitor still standing out in the hallway when Jeffries is warped in through the elevator from his hotel in South America 2 years ago. The movie has been put on pause. Then Jeffries is literally brought into being by the mystery of having been missing for a number of years.
Cooper, meet the long-lost Philip Jeffries. You may have heard of him from the Academy.
If there was nothing interesting about him, he wouldn't be in the movie. But since he's been missing for 2 years, we think he's mysterious. So here he is. The attention-grabbing casting of superstar David Bowie jerks us out of the narrative and makes us pay attention to him, and forgive that he's stopped the movie in order to bring a crazy unrelated scene with him, which he then describes for us.
It was a dream. We live inside a dream.
Throughout the scene, Jeffries reacts the way our minds are surely reacting the first time we see this confusing and disturbing imagery that shows up out of nowhere. He's here to tell us about what he witnessed, but we have no idea what it is that we're looking at. So, as an audience representative, he doesn't even know what he saw. After the scene, his purpose is fulfilled, and it's time to hit play on the movie again. So Jeffries is forced back down the power lines into non-existence, and it's just as traumatic for him as it is for us, because we have no idea what it was we just witnessed.
He's gone! He's gone! Albert, call the front desk!
The film resumes, and we find out that Jeffries was never really there.
I've got the front desk now. He was never here.
The lady at the front desk wouldn't have seen him because the movie literally paused itself for the duration of Jeffries' visit. Time in the film was stopped. But the scene did happen. We just watched it, so the record of it being part of the film still exists.
He was here.
And then Lynch emphasizes the similarity of Jeffries and Desmond's characters as mere vehicles for the audience's investigative minds.
But where did he go? And where is Chester Desmond?
They both went the same place. Just like Desmond, Jeffries' purpose is fulfilled. He's out of the film, and out of the dream, and out of our imaginations. And then, oh yeah, what did happen to Agent Desmond? We go right back to the trailer park like we would have without the interruption. So we can see Jeffries as a plot device, meant to temporarily remove us from the film and connect our attention with outside information. It's no wonder that after he's ejected from the film and back to the non-existence of the great creative consciousness, that he ends up inside one of the Giant's electricity machines. He has become literally what he was symbolically. Just like his symbolic purpose in the film, in Season 3 he's a literal part of the storytelling machinery. A plot device whose function is to disconnect our minds in the form of Agent Cooper from the show, take us back in time, and once again interrupt the film, inserting us into a time and place where we don't belong. As we know, that interruption would change Twin Peaks forever. The past dictates the future. And right now, with our complete understanding of Twin Peaks' past, we have all the pieces required to understand how its future would unravel. Let's quickly recap what we know.
The past dictates the future.
Twin Peaks was originally about Dale Cooper's investigation of the murder of Laura Palmer. This mystery was supposed to be ongoing because the investigation was the light shining in the darkness of consumable TV violence fed by the zeitgeist of modern fear in America. Making the darkness consumable with closure. This was the evil that Twin Peaks was created to fight. The studio and the general audience were too short-sighted to get the message and rejected it. They demanded the solving of the murder, and when they got it, they moved on. This killed the show and proved David Lynch's point. TV audiences simply did not care about Laura Palmer. They just wanted to know who did it and what it had to do with Bob. Ironically, Bob was the representation of the evil of that very mindset. Bob had already possessed the audience, and so Agent Cooper, as the audience's representative, reflected that fact. David Lynch tried to fight back, again using Laura Palmer as a weapon against Bob's consumable violence. Fire Walk with Me would try to make the audience care about Laura by going straight to the source of the pain and sorrow. Did this heartbreaking story finally release audience hearts from Bob's clutches? Quite the opposite. The film was a complete failure, with the #1 complaint being that the story was about Laura Palmer and not about Bob's possession of Cooper. At this point, there was no hope for the message of Twin Peaks. Nevertheless, David Lynch brought Twin Peaks back to TV 25 years later. But for what reason? From David Lynch's point of view, we didn't get the point the first time, certainly not the second time, so why bother trying a third? Well, it's really the fans who brought it back. An incredible love of the show had grown stronger with time, but even more was this desire for an explanation of what was really going on and what would have happened next that rivaled the original desire to know who killed Laura. Desire for closure killed the show, and as I will be demonstrating, desire for closure brought it back to life. And so that's what Twin Peaks: The Return is really about. Twin Peaks fans bringing Twin Peaks back from non-existence for the purpose of closure, a resolution to Cooper's story, and an explanation of every last bit of mystery. David Lynch gave us exactly what we wished for, a Twin Peaks devoid of its original intentions.
Look in the mirror. What do you see? Is it a dream or a nightmare?
The first thing we see in The Return is a dreamy glimpse of the past, a reminder of how Twin Peaks began and what it was really about. Then the fireman reestablishes our intuition link with Agent Cooper. Immediately after that, the first real thing we see in the show is the wind in the trees. David Lynch is making a modern TV show, so he needs to feel the air and find out what's driving modern TV. So before anything can happen, the zeitgeist needs to blow in the mystery. And this happens as Dr. Jacoby gets his shipment of shovels. Later, we find out exactly why the wind should blow in with Dr. Jacoby. In his Dr. Amp internet show, Jacoby personifies the wind that stokes the fire of modern fear fueled by modern media. The constant assault of public health scares, political polarization, environmental catastrophism. These are the things in the air that TV is built from nowadays.
Cancer, bacterial toxins, environmental toxins, our water, our earth, the very soil itself, our food, our bodies poisoned! Poisoned!
Why is Dr. Jacoby the voice of the zeitgeist? Why him? Well, it makes perfect sense if we understand who he was in the original series. Remember, David Lynch says that everything must serve the central idea. So what about the central idea dictates that Dr. Jacoby should be such a wackadoo? Dr. Jacoby is a wackadoo because he wears 3D glasses. He doesn't wear 3D glasses because he's a wackadoo. He's a wackadoo because he wears the 3D glasses. Because when he was being written, that's the kind of person that he had to be to wear 3D glasses all the time. What's the idea behind Jacoby wearing 3D glasses? TV characters are usually very shallow, so they're easier to digest in a short time period. One-dimensional, 2 if we're lucky. But there was more going on with the Twin Peaks characters than those of other shows at the time. To illustrate this, psychiatrist Dr. Jacoby is able to see these characters as fully three-dimensional people. For example, he almost exclusively has intimate knowledge of Laura Palmer's dual nature of good and bad, while all the other characters only really know her as one or the other.
Laura had secrets.
His therapy session with Bobby Briggs is another example. As a TV character, Bobby is a no-good, selfish, drug-dealing, cheating punk teenager, and in any other show, he'd be nothing more than that. But Dr. Jacoby, with his 3D glasses, his ability to see Bobby as more than just a one-dimensional ne'er-do-well, is able to break him down into a blubbering child who's only playing with fire and isn't able to face real darkness like the fire inside Laura Palmer.
Laura wanted to corrupt people. Is that what happened to you, Bobby? Is that what Laura did to you?
She wanted so much. She made me sell drugs so she could have.
So we can see that Dr. Jacoby sometimes dresses like a pimp because that's the kind of person who would wear 3D glasses all the time, because he's a psychiatrist who can see three-dimensionally, because that ability serves the base level idea that this is a television show made with film sensibilities, where the characters are more than one-dimensional. In Season 3, Dr. Jacoby is the voice of the zeitgeist because he's the character who can see what's really going on behind the scenes, man. As Lynch and Frost obviously see it, the people who claim to see what's really going on nowadays are the conspiracy theorist types, hosting video podcasts about corporations and the government conspiring and colluding to crush the souls of the citizenry.
The same vast global corporate conspiracy. Different day. You can't see it without a cosmic flashlight. Guess what? I've got one.
And if you listen to me, you might be saved. And by the way, buy my products if you want to have any hope of escaping your dire situation.
This is your shiny gold shovel. Dig yourself out of the shit. $29.99.
Remember, David Lynch believes that transcendental meditation is a way to dip the consciousness into gold. And the more gold we can retain, the more peace, love, and unity we can obtain to counter fear. With Dr. Jacoby in The Return, Lynch and Frost are saying that the new media and conspiracy theorists who claim to see beyond our surface-level reality are capitalizing on the fear in the air, putting a price tag on false hope and false solutions. Garbage spray-painted fake gold.
2 coats, guaranteed. Shovel your way out of the shit and into the truth.
One of the people buying into this false hope is Nadine Hurley. Why? Again, it makes perfect sense if we understand who she was originally. Nadine is married to Big Ed Hurley, who shows her nothing but loving care, and all she can see is how miserable she is.
Ed, you make me sick!
She's got that eye patch. She's only seeing half the picture. She sees the negative, but not the positive in her marriage. What does she think will cure her misery and bring her happiness? Not the love of her husband. Money. Commercialism.
We're gonna be so rich.
She's gonna sell drape runners that shut out the light, made with engine oil. False happiness based in TV-fueled negativity. So of course she would buy into that fake gold. The golden shovel of false happiness takes its rightful place in the window next to the false happiness of her engine-greased get-rich-quick invention. As for Big Ed Hurley, well, the owner of the gas station is married to negative Nadine. Looking at this symbolically, gasoline is pain and sorrow, and the provider of gasoline, the TV, or perhaps David Lynch, is married to negativity. Ed doesn't want to be married to negativity. The love the gas station owner is trying to get is Miss Twin Peaks herself, Norma Jennings.
So, Norma, are they going to honor you tonight on your 20th anniversary of winning Miss Twin Peaks?
She owns the Double R Diner, serving up that good balance of coffee and cherry pie, bitter and sweet. Everything that happens in that diner is about companionship and love. Norma and her diner are the very essence of Twin Peaks. The TV, or David Lynch, wants to put out love and positivity. This is David Lynch's hope for TV. But the Golden Circle wedding ring keeps him tied to the audience, crying out for more of its childish desires. Notice how Nadine wakes up from her coma with superhuman strength, thinking she's a kid again, at the start of Season 2, after the audience and studio started pressuring for the killer's reveal. Negative Nadine is the audience, a powerful, crying baby forcefully demanding to be fed and keeping the gas station owner from true love. Anything that happened in Lynch's absence is totally suspect, so Ed and Nadine's breakup during Season 2 should be taken with a grain of salt. But in the return, Nadine gives Ed, with his David Lynch haircut, his freedom again.
Well, everything has changed. I just spoke with Nadine. She's given me my freedom.
Why this repetition? Well, she wasn't in her right mind the first time, but this time, we as an audience have changed.
Ed, I've come to tell you, I've changed.
We love Fire Walk With Me now. We're sorry we killed it with our bad reviews, and we know deep down on some level that we're sorry we demanded the death of the show.
But I've been a selfish bitch to you all these years. I kept the two of you apart because of my jealousy, and I manipulated you, Ed.
David Lynch felt the air and sensed that a Twin Peaks return was now viable.
Have you been watching that show, Jacoby's?
I mean, we had 25 years to think about it, for our appreciation to develop, and the times just support it.
Ed, I told you, I walked all the way here. I had plenty of time to think, turn back, but I didn't, because this is how I really feel. And you can thank Dr. Amp.
We wanted more Twin Peaks, and we wanted David Lynch to do what he wanted to do with it.
But true love is giving the other what makes them happy. I want you to be free.
What happens next between Ed and Norma is glaringly obvious if you know one particular detail about the production. David Lynch almost abandoned Season 3 before production started due to budget constraints. On April 5th, 2015, David Lynch tweeted that he had left because not enough money was offered to do the script the way he felt it needed to be done. But just a month later, after some more negotiation, the project was back on. And so, Season 3 shows us Norma Jennings, Miss Twin Peaks, in a romantic relationship with Walter Lawford, who's franchising Norma's diner and telling her she's spending too much money to be profitable.
Norma, you're a real artist, but love doesn't always turn a profit.
Ed, with his David Lynch haircut, drives his solid gold pickup truck, that's a lot of meditation the owner of the gas station has been doing, to the diner to tell Norma he's coming back to her.
She's given me my freedom.
But here comes Walter, Mr. Franchise, to get between them. No Miss Twin Peaks for David Lynch, the studio's in charge. Ed sits at the counter dejectedly. But Norma tells Mr. Franchise that he can buy her out and take a hike.
You're making a huge mistake.
And then it's a marriage of love. David Lynch and Twin Peaks together at last, out of the clutches of the studio. This is also happening at the beginning of episode 15, the episode where Dougie finally remembers he's Cooper and decides to come back from being gone for so long. It's almost like this marriage of love is what's bringing Agent Cooper back down the power lines to TV. Or at least that's the dream, isn't it? Otis Redding provides the soundtrack for this scene. I've been loving you too long to stop now. You were tired and your love is growing cold. My love is growing stronger as our affair grows old. What was it that we gave Lynch his freedom to direct? Can it still be Twin Peaks after all this time? Does it even want him back? While Ed, with his David Lynch haircut, is sitting at the counter, he orders a cup of coffee, a little dream fuel, and closes his eyes, perhaps to dream that things are really going his way. And it's only then that he gets to be with his Miss Twin Peaks. Back to the beginning of the dream. Dr. Amp's wind ushers in a variety of mysteries. The glass box experiment, Mr. C's visit to Beulah's cabin, Ruth Davenport's murder, the log lady's message that something was missing in Laura's investigation. If there's going to be a Twin Peaks, there needs to be mystery, right? Everything follows the rules. Once these mysteries are established, our representative, Dale Cooper, is visited in the Red Room by Mike and Laura. We'll come back to them shortly. And then he sees the white horse. It has long been accepted that the white horse is a harbinger of death, or of Bob's fury, or that it's a representation of drug use. Or maybe it's some other crazy thing. The connection to the pale horse that Death rides into the apocalypse is the easiest connection to make, though not quite accurate. Margaret Lanterman refers to the pale horse by name in her introduction to the episode in which the horse appears to Sarah Palmer while her husband is killing Maddie.
Woe to the ones who behold the pale horse.
And Agent Cooper focuses on a white horse inside Carrie Page's house next to the dead guy in her living room. But these are only 3 of the many white horse references in the whole of Twin Peaks. The first time Mrs. Palmer sees the horse, it's during one of her husband's nights with Laura, after she's been drugged. And this is where the drug theorists get the idea that the horse stands for death, but also drug use. The rest of the horse cameos don't really have much to do with drugs or death. There's a white horse kiddie ride in front of Judy's coffee shop in the final episode. There's a reference to the horse in the name of the Silver Mustang Casino. And horses can be heard neighing distantly at the end of the infamous episode 8. And it's this episode that holds the one true, definitive answer to our question. What does the white horse represent? The Lincoln logger doesn't mince words. He means it like it is, like it sounds.
The horse is the white of the eyes and dark within.
The horse is the white of the eyes. When do you see the whites of somebody's eyes? When they are looking the other way. When we see white horses in Twin Peaks, something evil is happening. The white horse represents looking the other way in the face of evil, and the darkness we allow into ourselves when we do so. What's the key feature of the evil doppelgangers from the Red Room? White eyes, dark within. The doppelgangers represent the idea that every person has this evil within themselves, and therefore the capacity to do evil. And therefore, the capacity for balance. Before Season 3, Sarah Palmer's only function as a character had been to give birth to Laura Palmer, allow her to be abused and killed, and then sit by and not do anything about it. There's no way she was able to live in that house without knowing the abuse was going on for so long. even if she was being drugged. And yet she never says a thing to anyone. After all, if she'd reported her husband's activities to the police, there would be no murder mystery for us to enjoy. So she looks the other way. And in season 3, we see the end result of this willingness to go along. We catch a glimpse of the evil that now wears her character as a mask. Her daughter smiles out from behind a black wedding ring finger, indicating that the guilt of looking the other way while her husband abused and murdered her daughter has turned her soul black. White of the eyes, dark within. Agent Cooper looks the other way when he sees the body in Carrie Page's house. He's with the FBI, and the object of his investigation seems to have just committed a murder, or is at least accessory to one. But there's no time to deal with that. He's got business with this apparent criminal. He needs to take her to Twin Peaks for his own purposes. By this time in the episode, he's already shown that there's a certain kind of darkness inside of him that allows him to do this. White of the eyes, dark within. The white horse in front of Judy's coffee shop looks like a reference to the tolerance its staff has for the behavior of some of its more disreputable patrons. Cooper's intervention seems to be the first time they've ever faced negative consequences for their actions. The slogan, "What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas," should be all the explanation we need for the Silver Mustang Casino's reference to the white horse. White eyes, dark insides. The horses we hear in the distance after the Lincoln logger brings the dark dream of television to the masses are the result of the bug that has crawled into TV viewers. Desire for TV violence creates more and worse TV violence to fill the TV violence hole in our hearts. Woe to the ones who behold the pale horse, because looking the other way for the sake of entertainment may well turn our souls black. So knowing this, why would Agent Cooper see the white horse while sitting in the red room at the beginning of season 3? Before he sees it, Laura gives us our final warning.
You can go out now.
Our intuitive minds can leave now. Last chance to turn the TV off and walk away before we get what we wished for.
Nadine, I want you to think real hard about what you're saying because you're not making any sense. Honey, tomorrow you're going to wish you never said these things.
If we keep watching past this point, we either don't hear Laura's warning or we don't want to hear it. After she tells us we can leave, Cooper asks,
"When can I go?"
We've already been told we can go out anytime we want, but as long as we're watching, Dale Cooper will have to be there in the TV. And then Laura gives us that mysterious whispered message. What's she telling us? It shouldn't even be a question. We already know what she said.
Laura kissed me and she whispered the name of the killer in my ear.
My father killed me.
With that revelation, we got our closure 25 years ago. Laura Palmer was consumed by the fire of consumable TV violence, and Twin Peaks died with her. Yet here we are at the beginning of a new season. We want to know what's next. We want our explanations. So we look the other way. We look the other way as Laura's essence is sucked out of the show. The wind kicks up and the curtains rise like a show is about to begin. But this isn't the Twin Peaks we once knew. There's nothing but blackness behind the curtain. White of the eyes, dark within. And there's the white horse. We cut straight back to the beginning of the scene, which plays out again, but this time, Laura is missing. By showing us the same thing twice, with and then without her, Lynch is making absolutely sure that we know that the darkness we're about to allow into our hearts is the absence of Laura Palmer. And what is the dream that we're treated to? With the all-important Laura Palmer case dead and buried, what's left for this self-aware TV show to be self-aware about? Just that. It's self-aware that it's not itself. You can't go home again. Twin Peaks' version of this phrase is change or die.
I only want to die or change. Bushnell, please help me. I only want to make things right again.
Lynch knows we're not going to go for Laura Palmer round 3. We've rejected it twice already. So the show will have to change what it's about, or it's dead on arrival. Problem is, this ends up being a magician's choice, where the outcome is the same no matter which option is chosen. As we've already seen in the stark contrast between Season 1 and the latter half of Season 2, Laura Palmer's mystery was so essential to the show that without it, the whole thing drifts, and Twin Peaks is basically not Twin Peaks anymore anyway.
I told all your colleagues to fix their hearts or die.
But the cat is out of the bag, the genie's out of the bottle, the beans are spilt, the bird has sung, and the bell has been rung. We got our closure, and the past dictates the future. Twin Peaks changed so it wouldn't die, and now it inevitably must die. The return is lacking in its original purpose so that it's unrecognizable. What's more, it's irrelevant to modern audiences. Twin Peaks is old, sick, and dying, and what mystery is left is being explained out of existence. These are the persistent themes of Twin Peaks: The Return.
When you see me again, it's gonna be me.
Is it the story of the little girl who lived down the lane?
Is it the story of the little girl who lived down the lane? Not since 1992, it's not. It looks like Twin Peaks. It might even occasionally sound like Twin Peaks. But without purpose, it's a hollow shell of what it once was, and it just doesn't feel right. Just think about how empty and stilted The Return feels compared to the original series. It's probably the first thing you noticed. Almost comedic in how lifeless it is compared to the original show.
No, it's not about the bunny. Is it about the bunny? No. It's not about the bunny.
The Return is a different show walking around in Twin Peaks' corpse. Most of The Return doesn't even take place in Twin Peaks. Most of the time we're in Buckhorn, South Dakota or Las Vegas. As a result, the show itself doesn't even know what it's about anymore. And the characters in the show can all sense that their dream has been replaced with something it wasn't meant to be.
Your room seems different.
Well, I'm not sure who I am, but I'm not me.
I'm not me. I'm not me. Something happened to me. I don't feel good. I don't feel good.
Even the jerky isn't real jerky.
I don't remember seeing those beef jerky there before.
It's the same as beef jerky, except made from turkey.
Twin Peaks did not return, and what did return is grappling with its own identity. The theme of lost identity has been distilled in Jerry Horn's story. In the first episode, swimming in his mind, as he says,
"Swimming in my mind."
Much like Ideas, swimming in his mind is a drug that he's grown in the mountains of Twin Peaks, a product of Twin Peaks that he says is
It's ideal for creative sojourns of a solitary nature.
A sojourn being a temporary visit to a place. Just like us watching The Return, Jerry visits the woods of Twin Peaks thinking he's going on a trip to a familiar, beautiful dream world. But before he falls asleep, he watches some of that new media. He watches Dr. Amp and gets the fear-filled wind in him. When he awakens, he doesn't know where he is.
I don't know where I am!
He's lost in woods that he should know, that he's been in 1,000 times before. He doesn't even feel at home in his own body.
I am not your foot.
I'm not me. I'm not me.
Dr. Amp's wind has turned his visit to the Twin Peaks woods into an unrecognizable nightmare. He never does escape, no matter how hard he tries to tell himself he's in a place he knows and loves.
You can't fool me! I've been here before!
One of the most important moments in The Return is Dale Cooper waking up after being stuck without a personality for 14 agonizing episodes. During his vacancy, we see repeated reminders of the old show and hope that one of them will be the thing that wakes him up to his true identity. Remember, this is Twin Peaks! Remember Twin Peaks? You're an FBI agent! Remember Audrey and her red heels? Coffee and cherry pie! Remember!
Damn good coffee.
But he doesn't, because the context isn't there. We're fooling ourselves if we think that all you need for a Twin Peaks revival are a few Twin Peaks memes. What does finally snap Cooper out of inaction is a particular scene from Sunset Boulevard.
Get Gordon Cole. Tell him to forget about our car. Tell him he can get another old car someplace.
What's so special about this scene? Washed-up old actress Norma Desmond gets a call from Gordon Cole at Paramount Film Studio asking for a meeting.
You know better than to interrupt me.
Paramount is calling.
Who?
Paramount Studios.
She goes to the studio thinking that this will be her triumphant return to the silver screen. For a brief moment, it's like she's back in the spotlight.
There's Norma Desmond.
Norma Desmond. Norma Desmond!
Why, I thought she was dead.
But it turns out that Gordon was only calling to see if he could rent Norma's car.
It's that car of hers, an old Isotta Fraschini. Her chauffeur drove it in on the lot the other day. It looks just right for the Crosby picture.
Oh, I see.
Sound familiar? David Lynch, who plays Gordon Cole, brings Miss Twin Peaks, Norma, back to the studio. For a brief moment, it's like the show really is back in the spotlight. But David Lynch wasn't bringing Twin Peaks back, he just wanted to borrow the vehicle. Cars standing in for TV shows as vehicles of intention is another recurring theme in The Return. But to be certain Lynch is being literal in this way, we first need to talk about luck. There is no such thing as luck in a TV show. Occurrences that might be considered lucky or unlucky in real life are, to a TV character, fated according to the script. Whether a TV character has good or bad luck is dependent on the intention of the show's creators.
Depends upon the intention behind the fire.
Fellas, coincidence and fate figure largely in our lives.
Why is the first woodsman played by an actual, real-life Abraham Lincoln impersonator? Simultaneous with his appearance, the 50s girl finds a lucky penny and rubs the face of Abraham Lincoln. How and why are these related? Pennies are made of copper, which is an electrical conductor that made up the majority of household wiring for quite some time. TV power comes through copper. And we know that the Lincoln logger is looking for a way to broadcast his evil to TV audiences. We've got Lincoln on a penny and Lincoln on the antennae. Lincoln is both a literal and metaphorical conduit for intention.
Depends upon the intention behind the fire.
The boy tells the girl he hopes the penny brings her good luck.
I hope it does bring you good luck.
He hopes the intention coming through the copper will be good. As we soon find out, Black Lincoln has nothing but bad intentions for his audience. Bad luck coming through the copper wire.
Heads I win, tails you lose.
Consider Dale Cooper and his doppelganger, two sides of the same coin. Dale Cooper has nothing but good intentions. His double, nothing but bad. When Cooper becomes Dougie Jones and is unable to act, what keeps him out of trouble? Sure, there's plenty of trouble. Yes, there's something obviously wrong with him and nobody seems to notice. But luckily, the things he's stupidly repeating are just coincidental enough to give the people around him the general impression that probably nothing is wrong.
Dougie Jones.
Is he okay?
Gee, I hope he's okay.
And we'll come back to everyone's non-concern for Dougie in a bit. But in all those troubles, how does he even stay alive? It's pure, dumb, good luck that keeps Cooper safe. We couldn't ask for a more appropriate setting for a story about luck than Las Vegas. 30 mega jackpots in a row. Is this an unbelievably lucky streak? Obviously not. The higher power of TV is making this happen. Coop's luck goes way beyond Mike helping him at the casino. Every event has a way of accidentally working out in his favor, and his good fortune rubs off on everyone involved in his life. Even the dumbest little thing, like Cooper taking Frank's coffee, but luckily there's an extra green tea latte that Frank likes even better. What unbelievably good luck this man has! But there's no such thing as luck in a TV show. All this love that Dougie spreads around and receives in return was intended by the creators, just like at the casino. In contrast, it's pretty obvious what kind of luck you'll have if you get involved with Mr. C. Everyone in his life seems to meet a very unfortunate end. Here's where the concepts of luck and intention collide with vehicles. The good Cooper is on his way to meet the Mitchum brothers, who intend to kill him. By some luck, Cooper just happens to have a cherry pie, like in a dream Bradley had the night before.
Cherry pie!
Which saves Cooper's life and turns the Mitchums over to the side of good.
I love this guy!
Before traveling to the meeting, Bushnell Mullins gives Cooper a knock on the jaw.
Knock dead.
Cooper repeats the word dead while rubbing his face. Heads for good luck.
Dead.
Before getting into the back of a stretched white Lincoln town car, driven by 5-star stand-up comedian Jay Larson.
Red door.
White Lincoln, good copper. Here, the copper is a vehicle that delivers happiness and good intentions, and so Cooper luckily doesn't end up dead. After encountering Dougie Love, the Mitchums have hearts of gold.
They do. They really do.
They give the Joneses a white car as a gift and ditch their black Mercedes in favor of riding in that stretched white Lincoln. White vehicles of good intention. Earlier in the show, the bad Cooper rubs the face of his apparently empty mechanic before getting into the front of a black Lincoln town car. Black Lincoln, bad copper. The mechanic's face rub imparted some pretty bad luck for him because he ends up dead.
I killed Jack 2 hours ago after he wired the car.
Mr. C uses the copper as a vehicle to deliver bad intentions. TV shows are vehicles of intention, and today's TV is a world of truck drivers.
It's a world of truck drivers.
Bad guys in big black gas guzzlers running kids down, wife beaters hopped up on drugs revving souped up muscle cars, rednecks in crappy family minivans with crappy families causing random gun violence.
Get down!
The sickness of that oppressive fear in the air jams up the TV traffic with negativity, only stopping long enough to sell you some commercialized false happiness.
Sheriff Truman, are you interested in seeing my new car? It's a 2000.
Jesse.
What we desperately need is to go home to that message of love that Twin Peaks was trying to spread.
We have to get home! She's sick!
But you can't go home again. The vehicle was hijacked by evil when Laura's case was closed, and now it's unrecognizable.
Someone stole my car!
Our TVs have become truck stops for gasoline-powered evil. Or perhaps we could call them roadhouses. What is the Roadhouse? It's a bar where bikers and truckers stop for entertainment, complete with a red curtain stage. Much like the TV-esque hotels and motels that are in-between places for different souls night after night, the Roadhouse is an in-between place for vehicles on the road, just like the TV world of the Red Room is an in-between place for vehicles in the power lines. This association is affirmed by the image of the Roadhouse's red neon sign reflected in a puddle in the asphalt, exactly as we see the red curtains of the lodge reflected in the oil. Equating the Roadhouse with the Red Room makes it a symbol of the TV dream space. In the original show, the Bang Bang Bar was the shadow self of Norma's Double R Diner, a dive bar with rough patrons and ownership that dealt in drugs and prostitution, but also a secret meeting place for secretive friends and lovers who wanted to keep their secret business secret. A dark mirror of the open love and friendship at the Double R. The Roadhouse band dressed like tough bikers but played nothing but love songs. Both the diner and the Roadhouse were, together and individually, microcosms of the Twin Peaks experience. Light and dark, in balance and alive with mystery. This was Lynch's idealized vision of television. And sitting in the Roadhouse in the pilot episode is a biker dressed strangely specifically like Marlon Brando's lead character in the 1953 film The Wild One. Why was this film being referenced here? The Wild One was infamous in the 50s for the fear that it would have a corrupting influence on the youth. It was about rival biker gangs invading the smallest of small towns to wreak havoc, which provokes the locals into violent reaction. The confrontation exposes the fear and darkness in the outwardly good people of the town. And the only reason any of this is happening is because Johnny Strabler, the no-good, low-down leader of the Black Rebels, is taken with the sheriff's daughter and gets caught in the balance between love and delinquency.
How the whole mess happened, I don't know. But once the trouble was on its way, I was just going with it. Mostly, I remember the girl, a sad chick like that. But something changed in me. She got to me.
The film's message is exactly the core idea behind Twin Peaks. Via the love of a small-town girl, expose the darkness so we can recognize the light. The love song listening, book-reading bikers in Twin Peaks' Roadhouse reflect this message of balance. This balance is no longer found at the Roadhouse, and this is why the reference to the Wild One comes up again in The Return. Wally Brando is dressed identically to Johnny Strabler, and Michael Cera is at least attempting a Marlon Brando impression.
I came to pay my respects to my godfather and extend my best wishes for his recovery, which I hope will be swift and painless.
He's a bad boy with a heart of gold. Balanced.
My shadow is always with me. Sometimes ahead, sometimes behind.
But the product of Lucy and Andy's love is only here to pay his respects to the dying sheriff of the dying town and then leave. Love and friendship have no place here anymore.
My dharma is the road. Your dharma.
Sheriff Truman is stuck here in this loveless husk of a town. The balanced biker's dharma is some other roadhouse. In the return, the love takes a backseat to violence and depravity. There's bullets flying in through the windows. The fear is invading the meeting place of love. The roadhouse is now a nexus for modern television, where trashy people drop in with their trashy vehicles to talk trashy gossip and fight each other.
It's good to see you, Renee. You got a death wish? I was just... To what? I was just trying to be polite. I like her.
Replacing the hopeful love songs of Julie Cruz are songs that are basically about the sorry state Twin Peaks is in. The best example is the first example by the Chromatics. At night, I'm driving in your car, pretending that we'll leave this town. We're taking the Twin Peaks vehicle for a ride and pretending it can be something else. We're watching all the streetlights fade, and now you're just a stranger's dream. The David Lynch light of the old show faded, and what we're left with is what the audience wanted. I took your picture from the frame, and now you're nothing like you seem. Twin Peaks was removed from TV, and now it's not what it's supposed to be. My dream is to go to that place where it all began on a starry night long ago, but now it's a dream. No stars. We're never getting the magic that pilot episode delivered to us again. I was watching on the day she died. We keep licking while the skin turns black, cut along the length, but you can't get the feeling back. She's gone, Laura's gone away, etc. It's not even cryptic. The characters of Twin Peaks have returned to the in-between place, now completely taken over by evil, and the music the Roadhouse patrons enjoy reflects the knowingness that they have inside themselves, the intuition that something is not right. The pinnacle example of this concept is Miss Audrey Horne.
This is Existentialism 101.
Twin Peaks, as a 1990s soap opera that was a product of 1980s television, does not fit with modern television conventions or modern audiences.
I'm old school, Denise. You know that.
There are constant reminders of this within The Return. Agent Cooper's hotel room key.
Wow, my God, that's an old one. We switched to cards over 20 years ago.
Lucy's inability to understand cellular phones.
Cell phones. That means they're mobile, Punky.
The ancient-looking 80s phone that Margaret uses to call Deputy Hawk.
Hawk, can you hear me?
Sheriff Truman's crazy motorized desk unit he uses to hide his monitor for out-of-place-looking Skype conversations.
Do you know what Skype is, Doc?
Here's a more obscure one. Jack Rabbit's Palace. Jack Rabbits have rabbit ears. That's what they used to call TV antennae.
Jack Rabbit's Palace.
It was our make-believe world, where we made up stories.
Rabbit ears where made-up stories are told. Nobody uses rabbit ears anymore. It's all digital now. So you can't get a vehicle to Jack Rabbit's Palace anymore. The road is gone.
But there's no road. The road's gone.
Twin Peaks is from a different time. This is a show that's being dragged out of the past and into a future it was never supposed to see and where it doesn't belong. Or in Audrey's case, where it doesn't want to be. Audrey stands in for the part of the show that fears its own age. Who was Audrey as a character in the original show? She was willful and self-centered. She didn't care about Laura, but she was determined to solve the case for herself. Why did she care? Because she wanted to be the star of the show.
I wanted to help you. For Laura.
You said you and Laura weren't exactly friends.
We weren't friends, but I understood her better than the rest.
She was a go-getter, and what she went to get was attention. She was Agent Cooper's love interest because she was in love with attention, and the audience had no problem giving her plenty of it.
Well, I'm Audrey Horne, and I get what I want.
In The Return, however, Audrey is quite the opposite. Far from being the center of attention, her story doesn't even start until 2/3 of the way into the season. She's still just as willful, but she's confused about her reality, unsure of herself, afraid to leave her own house. Audrey has apparently settled for much less than Billy Zane or Dale Cooper. We find her in a loveless marriage to a curmudgeon named Charlie, who may or may not have some control over her life.
Are you going to stop playing games, or do I have to end your story too?
Audrey's goal is to find Billy, a mystery man with whom she's cheating on her husband.
You have no balls. That's why I'm in love with Billy.
Why Billy? Perhaps it was because Billy Zane was the man with whom she was cheating on the audience after the killer's reveal. Or perhaps not. We don't know, and we don't really need to know. Whether or not we actually see him in the show doesn't matter. All that's important is that there is a Billy. When Audrey goes looking for him at the Roadhouse, it becomes clear to us that her reality is not reality. The MC introduces Audrey's dance.
Ladies and gentlemen, Audrey's dance.
This is the song that played during her famous diner dance scene in the original show. And for this brief moment, Audrey's dream is coming true. She recreates her dance scene for her audience, and Twin Peaks is all about her again. Until the darkness of modern TV interrupts.
Barney! That's my wife!
Frightened of the nightmare her dream has become, Audrey runs to Charlie to get her out, at which point she wakes up. Where is it that she awakens? And who is Charlie that he has this power to awaken her? Is she really in a mental institution, as people think? Maybe in Mark Frost's books she is. Is Charlie actually her therapist? Let's look at this more symbolically. She's looking Charlie dead in the face when she asks him to get her out of the Roadhouse. After the cut, she's staring herself in the face. What if we take this to mean that he is some part of herself? That looking at him is looking at herself in the mirror? If so, which part? Well, she's in a bright white room, and there's nothing in the room except a mirror, so all focus has to be on her face. She's not wearing any makeup. Her hair is plainly styled. She has no distinctive clothing. This is the reality of who she is, wrinkles and all. She imagines that she can still be the young, sexy girl the audience was in love with, costumed and made up and on the set with everyone paying attention like in the old show. But in reality, that's not her anymore. She's old and forgotten. If we follow this track, then we can see that Audrey looking Charlie in the face is really Audrey looking her own age in the face. This realization, combined with that key line, gives us our answer. When Charlie tells Audrey, "You're supposed to go to the Roadhouse to look for Billy,"
You're supposed to go to the Roadhouse and see if Billy is there.
It's because that is what her character was written to do and what she inevitably must do by the end of her story arc. When he says, "Are you going to cooperate or do I have to end your story too?"
Are you going to stop playing games, or do I have to end your story too?
He's very clearly alluding to Laura Palmer.
Is that the story of the little girl who lived down the lane?
Yes, Laura Palmer was the little girl who lived down the lane, and her story is over. What ended Laura's story? What made the studio force Lynch to end the mystery? The build-up was too great, and people just had to know. It was the passage of time making people desire their closure. So Charlie must be the embodiment of the past, or the passage of time, or time that has passed. And his character certainly fits. He's infuriatingly calm, deliberate, uncooperative, matter of fact.
I have a deadline. Billy is out there somewhere, but you're not going to find him tonight.
There's no arguing with the passage of time. It's emotionless.
Okay, Audrey. I'll go with you. I'm so sleepy, but I'll go.
You can't hurry it up or slow it down, and no matter how you rage at it, it will pass with or without you.
Put your coat on, Audrey. It's already late and I'm so sleepy.
His house looks like it's stuck in the past. The furniture is old-fashioned, the decoration is old-fashioned, their clothing is old-fashioned. There's not a single piece of modern technology to be seen.
In one second, I'm taking my coat off and staying in for the night. You're the one that wanted to go to the Roadhouse, not me.
Charlie doesn't want to go to the Roadhouse, the nexus of modern television. He just wants to rest, to let the past be past. Before she joined the return, Audrey lived in the past, in our memories of her character on the show and her importance to us there. At the start of her story in The Return, she's still there, married to the past, and living in this past world. Her story is completely disconnected from the rest of the show. She hasn't yet returned with The Return, but we're watching her nonetheless. TV stories require mysteries to draw our attention. The mystery of Billy, who's missing and stole someone's truck and was bleeding into someone's sink and all this crazy stuff, we want to know what that's all about and what it has to do with anything. And this allows Audrey's story to appear to us. Audrey is cheating on the past, Charlie, who lives in past world, with this new person, who she suspects is at the Roadhouse, which is present TV world. She wants to go looking for him, but she's afraid of what that might mean for her character. She senses that it won't be what she wants it to be. She explains it like this.
I want to stay and I want to go. I want to do both. Charlie, help me. It's like Ghostwood here.
Why is it like Ghostwood? What was Ghostwood? It was Benjamin Horne's conspiracy to purchase the land the Packard sawmill sat on, demolish the mill, the center of the dream, and replace it with something new. The Ghostwood project was as ongoing as Laura's mystery, completely stuck, never able to move forward, and if it ever did, it would have meant the death of an important fixture of Twin Peaks history. Audrey's situation is like Ghostwood because she's stuck between the past and the present. She wants to stay in the past where Twin Peaks was good and balanced, and she had our attention, and the Packard sawmill was still snoring away. And she wants to stay in the past world she's living in currently because at least here things can be about her. But she also wants to return with Twin Peaks to the present because it's in her character's nature to crave the spotlight, even though she senses the horror that the old show has been demolished and replaced with something new.
I feel like I'm somewhere else. Like I'm somewhere else and like I'm somebody else. Have you ever felt that?
Who is Billy? Audrey's frightening, violent new fling to replace the past she's married to. What did he do? Stole a vehicle. Who did he steal it from? Chuck. Charlie. The past. The new stole the vehicle of the old. And Chuck didn't press any charges. The past is going along with the theft of the vehicle because Twin Peaks is returning and the past dictates the future. Audrey is finally able to go to the Roadhouse after talk of her friend Billy finally makes it to the Roadhouse. This is what connects Audrey's mystery with current TV and pulls her out of past world to join us in The Return. Once she takes the spotlight, only to realize the violent nightmare that Twin Peaks has become in the present, she runs to the safety of the past, but it can't save her because there's no past to return to. Twin Peaks died with Laura Palmer's mystery, and just like the show, Audrey's time has passed. Like the show, she's old and withered and cannot be who she once was. Eddie Vedder plays at the Roadhouse when she arrives. Now it's gone, and I am who I am. Who I was, I will never be again. Running out of sand. Who I could have been, I could never be again. Wasted potential. Twin Peaks could have been so much more if it was allowed to be, but just like Gersten Hayward, who had such talent and promise, the drug of closure married it to mundane violence. With the failure of the original series to change our hearts, the growth of fear has been running unchecked since the 50s, getting worse with each generation.
Goodbye, my son.
The corruption and poisoning of the youth is another major theme of The Return. Reflected in the show is the legacy that older TV audiences have left for the new. The past dictates the future. The new audience is receiving the failure of Twin Peaks and the failure of TV from past generations, and it's turning our hearts blacker than ever before. Shelley, just like us, marries the danger and the violence, even though it turns on her and hurts her. Since the darkness won, we're doomed to repeat the cycle and pass it on to our kids, just like Shelley passed her issues on to her daughter, who's affected twice as hard. Richard, the product of evil Cooper forcing himself on Audrey Horne, is probably the most rotten piece of garbage you could imagine, and his evil ultimately ends up killing a poor little member of the next generation. Look what you've done, dick. The return is darker, bleaker, more terrifying, more violent, and more uncaring about victims than Twin Peaks was ever meant to be.
He's dead.
Today's audiences are used to much more graphic television than early 90s audiences, and we like it that way. Our modern Garmonbozia has been downgraded from creamed corn to fast food and artificially flavored and colored corn snacks.
It's the last bag, Hutch. It's the last f***ing bag.
These are the new TV watching foods, which we happily enjoy completely free of any and all semblance of empathy, compassion, or concern.
Next up, Wendy's.
We are like Sarah Palmer, watching the darkness beat the light in an endless loop on our TV sets. The evil is inside of us like the new evil of Twin Peaks is literally inside Sarah. That sharp cutting tongue like the sharp cutting nose of the dark spirit of Lynch's editing. That evil now wears Twin Peaks as a mask like it wears us as a mask, and like it wears Sarah as a mask. She's the one who let all this happen in the first place, so of course she would be the one to represent the part of both the show and us that was ineffective at stopping the evil and now wallows in it day in and day out. It is in our house now, and we have to live with it.
Somebody in the house?
No, just something in the kitchen.
It's not going anywhere, and it's not going to be resolved. And that's the explanation for all those side stories and vignettes that have been criticized for leading nowhere. The evil is just festering in this town, and there's no answer to it anymore, so we get no satisfaction. Beverly is married to sickness. Her husband has cancer, he uses it to guilt his wife, she's sick of it, it's terrible, that's it. Let that sit inside your brain for a while. Becky is married to violence. Her husband is a druggie, he beats her, he's cheating on her, he kills himself, it's awful, that's it. The end. The characters in the Roadhouse with their seedy stories. To listen in on 2 or 3 characters talking about what's going on in their lives in Twin Peaks was the thing. They've all got their problems, and they're dealing with them.
Why? There is no why.
The absence of balance means that the light of investigation cannot illuminate these stories.
My flashlight's broke.
The murder of Laura Palmer, that is this beautiful little goose. And the little goose is laying golden eggs.
If Laura Palmer's mystery was the goose laying the golden eggs, and the golden eggs were all those wonderful little side stories in Twin Peaks that branched off of the mystery and led to new and interesting places, then these awful, disconnected side stories that lead to dead ends must be rotten eggs. The golden eggs come from the ideas swimming in the balanced, unified field, and they ended up in the gas station of the original show. The Big Ed's gas farm logo is a literal goose egg, glowing like the golden sun. The rotten eggs that ended up on the rest of the TV shows come from the ideas spewed out of the fear-infected zeitgeist. Except the fear-infected zeitgeist is something we all feed into with ideas from our own heads.
Oh my God!
Lynch repeatedly uses the imagery and sounds of heads cracked open like eggs. And heads that resemble rotten versions of the eggs that were spewed from the mother of all evil. These are rotten eggheads. Our minds create the zeitgeist, which lays rotten idea eggs into our TVs, which enter our egg heads to rot our brains, which spew their rotten insides back out into the zeitgeist. Yes, really, the moral of Lynch's story is that TV is rotting our brains. I completely understand now why David Lynch doesn't like the meaning behind his work minimized by the smallness of mere words. Because the entire message behind Twin Peaks can be reduced to one simple phrase, and that phrase really is, TV rots your brain. But this is where I disagree with Lynch, because if I had told you that the message behind Twin Peaks was TV rots your brain at the beginning of this video, then yes, you probably wouldn't have believed me, and you'd think it was really stupid. But now, after all of this groundwork was laid, and the concepts were stacked up on top and expanded, then the trite little phrase is bigger than just its words. It's imbued with all that meaning and understanding we were exploring. Closure. It's like a drug. This is your brain on closure. Fear enters the TV station, rots the brains of the people working there, and the rot oozes out into the airwaves, heightening the fear in the air and turning the souls of each generation blacker and blacker. The arm, the spirit of television, has evolved along with the zeitgeist to reflect the current state of decay. The more evil the spirit of TV gets, the closer it resembles its nuclear mushroom cloud mother. A big, rotten egg on top of an electric tree laying rotten eggs into the air. He is the arm, and he sounds like the evil wind of the zeitgeist. I guarantee that the actor that plays Dick Horn was chosen because his head is shaped like one of those rotten egg heads. He is the definition of a bad egg created by television audiences. He's the child of the selfish attention getter and the selfish attention giver, which brings us to our representative in The Return.
That is not the Dale Cooper that I knew.
If Dale Cooper is the audience's detective mind, then the good Dale Cooper must be our desire for Laura Palmer's continuing mystery, our desire to seek balance through it, our desire for good. But in The Return, our desire for mystery is being held hostage by our evil double. In the two-part premiere, Mr. C is driving a silver Mercedes, a well-intentioned vehicle, and locks it down to start driving his negatively intentioned black Lincoln. He comes in driving Twin Peaks, the well-intentioned show, and traps the good intentions so he can turn it into a negatively intentioned show.
Someone stole my car!
The good Cooper is trapped, first in the Red Room, then in the identity of Dougie Jones. The doppelganger's goal is opposite Cooper's, our desire for evil, our desire for Bob's consumable violence, our desire for explanation and closure. What we want is closure. What we need is balance.
What I want and what I need are two different things, Audrey.
What is it that the good Cooper needs to do in The Return? We need to find Laura to get back to the original point.
Faith, Laura.
And what is it that the bad Cooper needs to do in The Return?
Want, not need. I don't need anything. I want. This is what I want. Who is Judy?
He wants to find Judy. He doesn't know who or what Judy is, he just wants it.
Why didn't you want to talk about Judy? Does Judy want something from me?
Judy's identity might just be the biggest mystery since Laura Palmer's killer, even before The Return, all thanks to that Philip Jeffries scene. Before the season 3 finale, it had to be the single most talked about mystery of all.
I'm not going to talk about Judy. In fact, we're not going to talk about Judy at all. We're going to keep her out of it.
Gordon? Who is Judy? Is she related to Josie, as some like to think? Does she live in Seattle or in South America? Was it the same Judy that Philip was meeting with before he was transported to Philadelphia? What was she positive about?
Judy is positive about this.
And why does David Lynch's Monkey Sona bring her up again at the end of the film?
Judy.
Does this mean that Judy actually is the key to everything? We don't know who Judy is, we don't know if she matters at all, and we don't even need to know. We just want it.
Who is Judy?
We have elevated Philip Jeffries' Judy question to the status of representing the closure that we so crave in Season 3. Judy is the answer to all our questions, or so we hope.
Who is Judy?
Can we confirm that this is true? What does our director have to say about it?
An extreme negative force called in olden times Jiao Day. Over time, it's become Judy.
An extreme negative force. In the context of Twin Peaks, what has David Lynch established as the greatest source of negativity? You know the answer by now. The reveal of Laura Palmer's killer. Closure. Explanation and closure end the mystery, causing us to move on and keeping us from balance. Makes sense so far. What is the meaning of the name Judy? There have been some attempts on the internet to discover the etymology of Jiao Dai, and the best people have been able to come up with is the Mandarin Chinese
交代.
Jiao certainly sounds like Jiao, and Dai could be read as day by someone who doesn't speak the language, and by someone who regularly mispronounces I as A, as is the case when David Lynch pronounces the character Naido's name. Mr. C has hidden Diane inside of this Naido person, played by a Japanese actress, and Naido is a Japanese-esque way of saying the name Diane backwards.
And Andy's gonna stand and let go of Nado's hand, and he's gonna disappear. Nado's hand. Here's the tree, right? Here's Nado. Here's Nado.
Naido, Nado, Jiao Dai, Jiao Dai. There are many who say that the similarity between Jiao Dai and Jiao Dai are nothing more than mere coincidence. But what a coincidence it must be, because what does Jiao Dai mean? To hand over, to justify oneself, to account for, to brief, to tell about, to confess, to make clear, to explain, and humorously, to finish or complete. Explanation. Closure. Judy is explanation and closure, and we want closure by means of an explanation. Who's Judy? You're watching Judy right now. I'm still not so sure how I feel about that.
Major Briggs, Cooper, and I put together a plan that could lead us to Judy.
Lynch and Frost, at the demands of the audience, brought closure to the mystery.
And then something happened to Major Briggs. And something happened to Cooper.
The audience moved on, and Frost didn't want to help with the movie.
Now, the last thing Cooper told me was, if I disappear, do everything you can to find me. I'm trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
This was the audience speaking. If the audience is gone and they want us back, they would have to give us what we want, which is Judy. You, Lynch and Frost, do what you can to bring us back. We want to kill 2 birds with 1 season. One bird is the goose that was laying the golden eggs, Laura Palmer's mystery. Once that bird is explained to death, you automatically kill the other bird, the owl that represents and carries the plot of the original show. What is the symbol that represents Judy?
Do you know what this is? Did you ever see anything like this?
Have we seen anything like this? We have. The owl symbol. The owl symbol represents the plot of Twin Peaks, and Judy represents the explanation and closure that leads to darkness taking over. So the Judy symbol is a big black void. Darkness growing to completely eclipse Twin Peaks.
Who is Judy?
Already met Judy.
What do you mean I've met Judy?
We have already met Judy several times. Once when we got our explanation and closure from the killer's reveal in season 2, again from the season 2 ending that literally ended the show. The evil living in Sarah Palmer, that same evil we see in season 3, told Major Briggs that it was in the lodge with Cooper because it was. Judy was in there with him. The show was ending in there with him.
I'm in the Black Lodge with Dan Cooper.
It was waiting for Briggs because Mark Frost is the co-creator, and he needed to be there to help David Lynch end the show.
I'm waiting for you.
Again, we met Judy in the film when we got the full chronology of Laura's murder and the explanation of the literal TV meta. With the film, we already had everything we needed to fully solve the mystery, and that was closure we didn't even know we were getting. Now it makes perfect sense that a monkey is whispering Judy's name at the end of the film. Ever heard of Curious George? Monkeys are a symbol of curiosity, and we all know what curiosity did to the cat. Remember Lynch's idea of action and reaction. He never knows where a project might take him until he's let the work speak to him. And with the film, he was returning to the world of Twin Peaks so that he could also figure out where the show was going before the mystery was taken from him. And this is why the monkey appears behind Baby Lynch's mask. because Lynch's curiosity is fueling the film's story just as much as ours is. And in the end, the monkey is telling both Lynch and us that our curiosity has paid off.
Judy.
When we forced Lynch to solve the mystery, both we and the show became possessed by Bob. At that point, Twin Peaks ceased to be the dream David Lynch wanted it to be and became the dream the audience wanted it to be. Lynch left, and Twin Peaks became the audience's dream.
The log lady stole my truck.
Pete, Wyndham Earl stole your truck.
This new dream, our dream, is what we brought back 25 years later for explanations and closure. And since we never knew we had already gotten our explanations numerous times, neither does Mr. C. We brought the show back to life to get more, and therefore, so did Mr. C. We never really find out what Mr. C had been up to in that 25-year break. It's because the show didn't exist for all that time. We weren't paying attention for all that time. We were absent for all that time. How does season 3 begin? With a man sitting in a room along with numerous cameras, all watching an empty glass box 24/7. An intriguing mystery, to be sure. What is it about this box that requires so much attention? We find out later that Mr. C was the one who created and funded this experiment. Mr. C is a Dale Cooper that's possessed by Bob and who comes from the in-between world of the Red Room. So in-universe, he knows how the mechanics of TV dreaming work. He demonstrates this throughout the course of the season with his various manipulations of electronic devices. Mr. C is actively and knowingly using his intuition connection with the audience to manipulate the plot of the show. Mr. C is the audience wanting answers, but he's also a character in the show who knows that Twin Peaks needed a mystery to exist again. So the glass box experiment is Mr. C setting up a mystery by putting enormous attention on a box in order to draw audience attention to the box with the tube at the back of it that's open to pure air. The guy who's watching the box gets a coffee delivery from a girl who's super into him. The coffee is from a place called Zyman's, with a cherry pie for an O and a big, bold Z. Pie and coffee are fuel for the love and investigation of the TV dream that we dream while we catch our Z's. And this TV viewer is getting all the love and investigation fuel he needs to stay awake and pay attention to our dream. Then we wonder what all this is about, so we pay attention to our dream. We create a demand for the mystery, Mr. C creates a demand for the mystery. His subject's attention to the mystery he created gives us a mystery to pay attention to. And thus, the return is literally brought back to life by this recursive attention generation. Mr. C's investigation of Judy begins after the revival of TV attention in these scenes. That's what we brought the show back for. Does he find her? You bet. He just doesn't know he's getting what he wants. Just think of all the things explained in the return. What Judy is, the origin of the fear that created Twin Peaks, the origin of Bob, the woodsman, the unified field, the fireman, the origin of Laura Palmer, the importance of Laura Palmer, the blue rose, TV as a dream, the dirt mounds, the mechanics of the owl ring, the owls, the fish in the percolator, the owl symbol, what Laura Palmer saw behind James. We're getting our explanations, we just don't know we're getting them. Ergo, the infamous sweeping scene, where we watch a guy sweep the floor for 2.5 minutes. We give David Lynch his show back, and then we watch 15 episodes of Twin Peaks not coming back. But we're trusting our director, and we're going along with it. We're patiently waiting for something to happen, but nothing is happening. We feel as though we're being shown some abstract concept, but we don't know what that might be, so we continue to wait for it to be given to us. We think we want an explanation, but explanations don't hold our attention. Mystery does. Very slowly, everything is getting straightened up. Every last detail, every clue being explained to us. Nice and tidy. And that should leave us with satisfaction, some sense of closure. But it's not satisfactory. It's hollow. It's nothing. All the loose ends are tied up, but the evil remains.
I sent him 2. He owes me for 2. Roadhouse has been owned by the Renault family for 57 years. We're not going to lose it now because of a couple of 15-year-old straight A students. No.
That squeaky clean facade of closure is just covering for the evil under the surface. By the time Mr. C is able to bring our attention back, the Garmonbozia generated by Season 2's ending has become stale and rotten in the show's 25-year absence. A lot of people stopped caring. His time is about to run out, as the show is back on the air and the audience is way more interested in seeing Agent Cooper escape the lodge to stop Mr. C than we are in seeing what Mr. C is up to. So to counter the balance, Mr. C concocts a plan to keep our attention on himself.
I'm supposed to get pulled back into what they call the Black Lodge, but I'm not going back there. I've got a plan for that one.
He creates Dougie Jones. What looks like an existential Indiana Jones idol switch where Dougie is substituted for Mr. C during Cooper's exit is actually the creation of a new mystery to hold our attention on the doppelganger. The misadventures of Cooper as Dougie Jones may be mildly amusing, but they're far less interesting than the question of how the double created Dougie and what the double's dark plan might be. Mr. C keeps our attention on himself and not on boring, empty Dougie Jones by repeatedly creating mysteries for us to puzzle over. What is the information Mr. C wants? What is the black spot he's trying to find? Why is he looking for Judy? What is Mr. C's connection to the Hastings family? Who is Mr. Strawberry, and what do severed dog legs have to do with him? What is that little cow jumped over the moon box that shrinks into a rock? Along with the Garmonbozia he gets from simply having Bob living inside him, these questions that will never have answers are the fresh attention Mr. C runs on for the duration of Season 3. And why would he answer them? They are his fuel. We want answers, he leaves breadcrumbs for us to follow, and that keeps him going. We want Judy, so he wants Judy, but we also want answers about him. So the FBI is also investigating him to represent us on that front.
In a dream, are all the characters really you?
These are all versions of us. And if Dougie is a version of Cooper, then he must also be a representative of the audience, right? The first time we see Dougie Jones, he's in a development that's meant for happy families, but nobody lives there. He doesn't seem to have any love for his own family since he's cheating on them. He's not particularly expressive or emotional. If Mr. C is the evil version of us, then Dougie is what's left of the good. There's not much of it. When the real Cooper, the real love, returns to our TV screens through the tube from Pure Air, the TV is empty because without Laura Palmer, the Twin Peaks vessel is now empty. Once there, the love goes back to the unified field from whence it came, because what actually returned is unbalanced, loveless evil and death that we ourselves have created through the intercourse between the two worlds that is giving birth to the return, the nightmare that annihilates our souls. All of this is being foreshadowed by Sam and Tracy here.
Something is missing, and you have to find it. It has to do with Special Agent Dale Cooper.
What is it?
The way you will find it has something to do with your heritage.
What's missing that has to do with Cooper? We're talking about the good Cooper here, so it must be love that's missing.
That is not the Dale Cooper that I knew. Something here, or something that definitely isn't here.
The way to find it is through Hawk's Indian head coin that leads him to the bathroom stall door that contains a renewed interest in Laura Palmer's mystery. Laura's balance, love, luck, Las Vegas. We have to find the love hidden in Dougie's Las Vegas story and inside of ourselves. That love is nowhere to be found in the town of Twin Peaks. But hold on, the love did return to the TV. It didn't just go straight back to non-existence. Cooper came through when Sam was out of the room. The love was there, we just weren't paying attention. It's still there, and we're still not paying attention. The good Cooper, the representative of the good side of our detective minds, fully returns to a life of love and happiness and unfathomably good luck, but that's not what we wanted. We're not returning the love that's being given to us. Our love never made it back. It's still non-existent. Now, we want to see Coop go after the bad guys and win. We don't want all this love nonsense, this mundanity. We're not interested. And that is why Cooper as Dougie is empty, because our attention is not there. Our attention is in Buckhorn, where Mr. C's cool murder mystery thriller is happening. We're frustrated by these Dougie scenes. They're corny and goofy, and we would really rather they weren't in the show, right? Meanwhile, David Lynch loves the mundane. Dougie is the funniest, most heartfelt story to him. He knows we're going to be like Albert, patiently waiting for him to get on with it. But Lynch is all like, you go ahead and be impatient and humorless over there. I'll be over here enjoying all this mundane beauty.
It's a good one.
Why won't anyone help Dougie? Something is obviously wrong with him. Why won't anybody do something? It's because it wouldn't match reality. Cooper has to mirror our attention. We're not interested, but the show's still playing out. We're still watching it. The story has a beginning and an end. There are beats in between, and these TV characters in this story must inevitably play out their parts from beginning to end, whether we're interested or not. Think of it like a stage play where the lead actor is being fed lines that he can't remember the whole time, and all the other actors are pushing him through it, trying to hold this production together because the show must go on. For anyone who says they genuinely love all of Dougie's storyline every time they see it, that's all well and good, and I agree, but we're in the minority, and we're not supposed to, because Lynch is trying to make a point about what the audience as a whole wants. We want the evil. It entertains us. To prove it, the only time Cooper is able to act is when something evil is happening. Then we snap right to attention. Base level pleasures like food and sex.
Hi!
Cheating at gambling. Spotting liars.
He's lying.
Here comes the tiny hitman. Now we're in for some of that tasty violence. This is what I'm talking about. We're suddenly paying attention. So now Cooper is suddenly paying attention. The second the action's over, however, Cooper goes right back to emptiness because we go back to not caring about Dougie's boring, mundane life. Let's get back to Mr. C. I'm getting so bored here. Mr. C's murder mystery thriller in Buckhorn is the most interesting, most suspenseful, best acted part of The Return with the highest production value. Of course, it would have to be to keep our shallow, darkness-loving attention. We can't wait for Dougie's farcical comedy to finish. So what finally wakes Cooper up, saves him from Dougie Land, and joins our full attention up with Mr. C's story? The ultimate evil. Closure. By the end of this story, Dougie's job is saved, the insurance company's saved, Dougie's debts are paid off, the Mitchum brothers are good guys now, Sonny Jim has his father back, Janie E has her husband back, the hitman situation just kind of works itself out, and everyone loves Dougie.
Oh, Dougie. It's like all our dreams are coming true.
Well, that's a good ending to the story. We got our closure. Looks like we're all done here. Time to get on with it and move on. Fork in the socket. Get me out of here. I can't take it anymore. If love hits the jackpot in the woods, but nobody's around to pay attention, are the woods still balanced?
Hello!
The bad Cooper didn't go back into the good Cooper to make a complete balanced Cooper. Twin Peaks is no longer balanced. If there's no balance, that means one of them has to win and the other one has to die.
You were tricked. Now one of you must die.
I'll give you 3 guesses which one is which. There's no love left in Twin Peaks or in the audience, so obviously it's not Mr. C who's gonna die. Except during the climax, where love finally and literally takes the wheel of the vehicle, Mr. C does die. Or at least, that's the dream, isn't it? Light and dark are inside all of us. Evil cannot be destroyed. It can only be beaten by light exposing it. Even if Mr. C is vitally wounded, the smoke dances around as Bob's fire is rekindled by the fresh blood of violence that literally enlivens our interest.
Then you see this guy over there, and you lift his head up, and you show him his head, like this. You show him his head, and you lift up more blood, and you put blood all over his face, and you show him his face.
Show him his face, because when we see Bob, our attention is brought to life. You can't kill Cooper with violence because we are Cooper and we love violence. It always brings us back for more. So how is it that Bob is destroyed at the end of The Return? He isn't. Not really. Notice how cleanly and completely and easily everything gets wrapped up in this scene. That's not usual for David Lynch, is it? Cooper's dismayed face overlay, like a reflection of the viewer's face on a TV screen, is such an incredibly visceral way to convey to us that what we're watching is not correct. It's not real. Something has gone terribly wrong here.
We live inside a dream.
Twin Peaks was David Lynch's dream, but The Return is our dream. We brought the show back to the screen to get our closure, and this scene is the closure we imagined, the closure we thought we wanted. Mr. C finally gets his coordinates, and they take him to Twin Peaks, the place where he'll find Judy. This was the dream, that we would return to the old Twin Peaks, and the bad Cooper would be captured, and good would destroy the evil, and everything would be set right. Right?
What is this?
Little did we know that everything being set right is the true evil. The only thing keeping the show going for 25 years was that season 2 cliffhanger. So Mr. C's defeat brings that mystery to a close and ends up being Judy's triumph. The effortless destruction of evil via Freddy's Deus Ex Machina is the true evil. Mr. C's death is paradoxical. What does Agent Cooper do once Mr. C's story is brought to a close? It's the time of completion. Time's up. There's no more time left in the show. Time to move on, because that's what we do once we get our closure. Time and time again, we get our closure and we move on. And when we move on, the mystery dies. Walk with me on this. Laura Palmer was born to die on TV to create the continuing mystery that was Twin Peaks. As soon as a show has a sense of closure, it gives you an excuse to forget you've seen the damn thing. If you forget you've seen it, it might as well not have happened. We brought Laura's mystery to a close, therefore, Laura's murder didn't matter, therefore, it might as well not have happened. Therefore, we are in exactly the same position as if Twin Peaks never existed in the first place. It's our doing, even if we thought we were doing something good. And this is illustrated perfectly by our mistakenly well-intentioned representative going back in time to rescue Laura from her fate, thus erasing the reason for Twin Peaks.
I only wanted to do good. I wanted to be good.
The show is suffering so badly without her that part of it even wishes she was never born. But you can't take it back. Laura did exist. Her memory can't be destroyed, and Twin Peaks is shambling along without her. This is another paradox. The show can't exist and then be wiped out of existence if Laura's mystery never existed in the first place. The past dictates the future. What happens next is best understood if we first understand who Diane really is. After the copy of Diane is killed, Tammy Preston reasons that she was a tulpa.
That was a real tulpa.
And by the way, once we get that realization, this Diane story is brought to a close and there's no mystery left in her, so we get to hear the wind literally escaping her as she disappears. What the heck is a tulpa? Heck if I know. The best description I could find is that a tulpa is an imaginary friend that is somehow sentient. It knows it's imaginary, and it's got its own personality. It lives in your head, and you can communicate with it as if it's a separate person. Somebody gave me the example of Wilson from Castaway if Wilson weren't a volleyball and was instead only in Tom Hanks's mind. If this is a bad description, I don't care. Now, from what I understand, tulpas are not outwardly manifested clones that other people can see and interact with. So the evil clone of Diane that Mr. C creates in Twin Peaks: The Return is not technically a tulpa. Or is she? Twin Peaks is already inside our own heads, a dream that's the product of watching TV. Who was Diane in the original show? Our representative relayed his thoughts on the case to Diane through tape recordings. He would bounce his ideas off of and have full conversations via tape recorder with this person that we never saw. We could only imagine her as a separate sentient being. Sounds similar to a tulpa to me. Diane is and always was the audience's tulpa. Now, Twin Peaks was David Lynch's dream, so only he knew what she might look like, and only he and Frost knew how she might be responding to Cooper. But The Return is our dream, so the Diane in The Return is the tulpa that we manifest and can see in our dream. Mr. C hides the real Diane inside of a different person, one whom he is blinded and who therefore cannot watch TV and share the dream with us. She's locked away in this identity prison. He makes a copy of Diane who thinks she's the real Diane for the purpose of evil. The text messages that he sends her are the new form of tape recordings. But since we're now in our imagined version of Twin Peaks, she can respond with feedback about how far along the investigation has progressed. He's waiting for the climactic moment at the end where the FBI discovers the good Cooper in Las Vegas, the time of completion, at which point the evil copy of Diane is supposed to kill the investigators. Diane is the mental projection of what we think Diane is, and the world she's living in is a mental projection of what we think the new Twin Peaks should have been. So if we equate the tulpa that Diane is to Twin Peaks, then we can see that just like with Diane, Mr. C hides the goodness of Twin Peaks inside of a different person, one who is disengaged and unable to communicate. It's locked away in this identity prison. The new evil show thinks it's the real Twin Peaks, which is self-aware and knows it's imaginary, but it's the equivalent of Diane's tulpa, a copy that we created from our rotten brains for the purpose of evil. As we watch, we wait for the climactic moment in the end when the FBI discovers the good Cooper in Las Vegas, the time of completion, at which point the evil copy of Twin Peaks kills our souls with closure. In this way, Diane represents Twin Peaks itself. How can we verify this? Let's run with it and apply it to a different scene. Intercourse between the two worlds created the original show. A beautiful dream with a message of love from Twin Peaks to us. We irrevocably changed the show when we butted our stupid heads in demanding explanations.
One night, no knock, no doorbell. He just walked in. I was so happy to see him. He only wanted to know about what had been going on at the bureau. I felt like he was grilling me.
And explanations we got. We got our way. We had our way with the show and took what we wanted. The intercourse between two worlds became forced. We forced ourselves on the show to get the answer to Laura Palmer's mystery.
He r***ed me. He r***ed me.
In season 3, when we get our closure, we are getting the Twin Peaks that we imagined we wanted. What we imagined was the real show that we loved, the one that was gone for so long, is finally able to return to the screen. Or so we imagined. What we imagined was the real Diane that Cooper loved, the one that was gone for so long, is finally able to return to the screen. Or so we imagined. Look how happy we are to finally have our show back. Except this isn't real. It used to be the real Twin Peaks, but now that we've got our ending, it's become a tulpa that we made up from rotten egg ideas in our rotten heads. All this time, we've just been superficially copying what the original show was saying to us and spewing it back out, stupidly and tinged with blood.
Damn good Joe, huh, Dougie?
Damn good Joe.
Red hair and black and white fingernails, like The Lodge. Twin Peaks memes equals Twin Peaks show, right? Wrong.
What the f*** is wrong with you?
What the f*** is wrong with you?
When Good Cooper returns to the empty TV box, he emerges from the tube that's embedded into a metal section of the wall that resembles a crematory oven, complete with wires arranged so they look like coffin rollers. Twin Peaks is rising from its own cremated ashes after having been consumed by the fires of consumable violence. After he's sent back into the oven and banished to the unified field, he finds the Diane that he doesn't recognize in a big stone room. This is the mausoleum of the mind in which Twin Peaks was buried. The idea-powered generator Philip Jeffries ended up inside of is located in this mausoleum. The ideas that powered Twin Peaks are just as old and dead as the show. When we started season 3, we wanted to rush straight for that climactic reunion. Twin Peaks is back. We gotta get our closure. So we want to come back to TV through the power lines via the number 15 electrical socket. Episode 15 is where Cooper gets closure, remembers who he is, and goes for the socket, which is the beginning of the end. It's too early for that. This is only episode 3. Our loving friend, Twin Peaks, warns us that to go straight to the return and the closure means certain death. Nido flips a switch and sends us back in time a bit to the number 3 electrical socket, so we'll emerge in the correct episode. If you're not with me by this point, I have no idea how to help you. The whole time this is happening, the mother of all evil, Judy, Closure, is banging down the door trying to get into Twin Peaks' resting place of the mind to destroy the show once and for all. But it can't get into our memories. The memory of Twin Peaks will always remain intact. Our projection of what Twin Peaks was supposed to be resides in the episode 15 mausoleum, but episode 3's mausoleum houses Ronette Pulaski, credited as the American Girl. Laura Palmer was the original American Girl, but this is a Twin Peaks we've created after we've already turned away from Laura Palmer, and the only other American Girl involved in the murder in the real Twin Peaks was Ronette Pulaski. No Laura Palmer, Ronette takes her place. Now, before we return to the episode number 3 socket, the floating head of Major Briggs reminds us of the Blue Rose. And then we see the Blue Rose next to the socket on a table. At this early point, some mystery is still left in the show. By the time we get to episode 15, the show has become fully transformed by our rotten ideas. And this is why the imprisoned Diane takes the place of Ronette and the Blue Rose is missing. By episode 15, all traces of the old show are gone and replaced with our fake show.
Now, there are some things that will change.
After Laura Palmer's murder is erased from history, the show appears to reset itself. This is the second time this has happened. The first time was way back at the beginning, when the mystery was still alive. You can go out now. Last chance to leave with the mystery intact. When can I go? We're not getting it, so we're gonna keep watching. Laura disappears, we look the other way, and we settle in to dream up our own Twin Peaks, one where we get what we always wanted in the climax. That's not to say none of it was real. It did happen. Twin Peaks always was a dream. We just replaced it with our own. When ours is over, the show resets again, and we see the reality of Twin Peaks come back to show us what we have just done to the show in reality. Everything that happens after this point is a recap of what just took place in our fake dream. Now, we're back to the real, original Dale Cooper, but this one has seen and accepted the darkness through our dream of closure. Mr. C is back inside. Cooper now has the good and the bad in him, so he's balanced and can leave the Red Room under his own power. But the damage has been done. Judy has already won, and the closure must play itself out. We leave the limbo we've been in for 25 years to go back to the TV forest, where we find the real Twin Peaks that we once knew and loved.
Is it really you?
Yeah.
We drive the old vehicle back to the Owls, back to the power lines, trying to put the show back on TV. Because we just watched the whole season, Cooper's intuition connection with us tells him that Twin Peaks might be different once it returns to television.
Once we cross, it could all be different.
And Twin Peaks agrees that it might not be such a good idea.
Just think about it, Cooper.
But we're gonna do it anyway. Cooper drives the vehicle through some kind of portal between two worlds, where Cooper and Diane's infamously disturbing love scene takes place. What's happening here? They are moving from world to world. They are between worlds. This is intercourse between the two worlds. Cooper represents us in the real world, and Diane represents Twin Peaks in the TV world. This is intercourse between the two worlds, symbolizing the return of Twin Peaks to the airwaves. We thought that returning to our love affair would restore the dream, but this intercourse is wiping the show out of existence. Except, Twin Peaks does still exist in the past. We can watch the past anytime we want on TV. It's forever there in TV world, looping from Cooper's dream to Cooper's reality and back. And that's why we're able to see Diane way out there in the woods of television past. We even left a manufactured copy of whatever good memories we might have had, if any, in the manufactured memory of the manufactured copy of a dream that was The Return. It, too, is still a version of Twin Peaks that is in the past but on TV for us to watch and rewatch, looping from Cooper leaving the Red Room to the show resetting back to the Red Room so he can leave again. But now, after our intercourse between worlds destroyed the show, we're moving to a world where Twin Peaks doesn't exist anymore. And the only place it doesn't exist is outside of TV world in the present. And this is where we wake up after our destructive dream, in the real reality of the present, where there are no such people as Cooper, Laura, or Diane. Cooper becomes someone named Richard.
Richard.
See if you can guess why. Hint, hint, it's because we just destroyed the future of Twin Peaks for our kids. Laura becomes some stranger called Carrie Page.
Carrie Page.
Much to our dismay.
Carrie Page.
That's right.
And Laura's childhood home is now occupied by the actual, real-life owner of the real-life Palmer house. Gee, I wonder why. Diane becomes this Linda person.
Linda.
And ironically goes back to being a tulpa, an imagined other consciousness. At the In-Between Motel, she is occupying the space between worlds where she becomes this other real-life Linda person. So in that moment, she's both people at the same time. When she's watching herself, she is simultaneously the real-life person who watches TV and the character who is being watched on TV. Dale Cooper, on the other hand, doesn't see a copy of himself at the motel. He is us, so he remains the us who is on TV, while we remain the us who are watching ourselves on TV. During the scene, Diane does all the work while Cooper just kind of watches her do it. Of course, he's us and we're watching TV. Just watching. Diane covers Cooper's face and begins to cry. Now, there is the valid interpretation that she can't bear to look at him because he's the man who forced himself on her. And he did. We did. And we're kind of doing it again. But there is another reason, and that is that Cooper is becoming who he is in real reality, the viewer in the real world. Agent Cooper is just us watching the show through the power of the camera, and Diane, being a TV character, is unable to see the real-life face of Agent Cooper, just like Gordon Cole couldn't in his dream of reality.
Cooper was there, but I couldn't see his face.
We're there in the dream through the power of watching, but they can't see that. TV characters can't see the audience watching them. Yes, Diane can't bear to see the face of her attacker, and also she is compelled not to see it because TV characters literally can't even. Once crossed over to the real world, we're still aware of the irony that we're watching the real world on TV, and we still need a representative in the show. So Cooper gets to remember and keep his identity as Cooper, even though Cooper doesn't exist in the real world, and we're now watching a Twin Peaks that doesn't exist. This is the show we put on the air, a non-existent Twin Peaks. That old vehicle we drove in with is gone. This Cooper is less of who we remember him to be because he's not a TV caricature of a person anymore. Coffee isn't investigative fuel, it's just coffee. Nothing to get jazzed about. He does harm in the name of good. He's somewhat balanced because in real life we can't split ourselves into good and bad. We all have the capacity for both within us. Throughout the finale, we do what we've been doing the whole time Season 3 was happening, both as our representative in the show and as viewers outside the show watching. We try to make Twin Peaks exist in a world where it doesn't exist. Twin Peaks memes. Judy's coffee shop, just like the Judy in the show. A white horse, just like the one Sarah Palmer saw. Ooh, that guy kind of looks like Bob, doesn't he? Carrie Page says she isn't Laura Palmer, but she has to be. Her mother's name is Sarah.
Sarah?
There was a missing diary page. Carrie Page must be the missing page, right? Get it? Chalfont and Tremond.
Chalfont and Mrs. Chalfont. Alice Tremond.
I remember those names from watching the show. But Twin Peaks memes do not Twin Peaks make. The context isn't there for any of this. We both cannot see and outright refuse to accept that Twin Peaks is gone. We brought it back to the house and tried to force it to be what it once was just so we could beat the closure out of the dead horse, and it killed the show all over again.
What year is this?
What year is this? Is it 1990 again when the Twin Peaks mystery was still alive? Is it future or is it past? It's neither. Twin Peaks died in the past, and this isn't Twin Peaks' future. Laura Palmer is Twin Peaks, but this isn't Twin Peaks, and that isn't Laura Palmer. Except we're still watching TV. It is Twin Peaks, and that is Laura Palmer. Or at least what's left of either of them in our memories. When she screams, what we're seeing is an echo of what happened in the premiere. Not just the character, the very concept and memory of Laura Palmer screams in agony, forcefully removed from television, even as we look the other way, trying to prolong the mystery. And then the show dies. White of the eyes, darkness within our TV sets. The power is cut off. We end on the image of us continuing to refuse that the show is gone because of what we did to it 25 years ago. This time, the Lynch Frost bumper is silent. No electricity flows anymore. We killed 2 birds with 1 season, and now there's nothing left to explain because there's nothing left to explain. Shadow, take me down with you for the last time.
There is a depression after an answer is given. It was almost fun not knowing, but there is still the question, why? And this question will go on and on until the final answer comes. Then the knowing is so full, there is no room for questions.
For more Twin Perfect, press the subscribe button. To support us, use the Patreon link. Goodbye.